Etir. Etir. Etir.
Distinguished guests, welcome to this conference on national security and hybrid threats. My name is Jón Gunnar Ólafsson, and I'm the acting director of the Institute of International Affairs at the University of Iceland. And I will be the conference chair here today. So this conference is hosted by the National Security Council of Iceland in collaboration with a range of partners in Iceland. I'm not going to read them all out here. There is quite a few, but you can find the list on the slide here and also on the back of your conference program. What I will say, however, is that I know that this has been a very active and fruitful collaborative effort. All partners have provided valuable input to the work that has been carried out. So, on to the topic of today's conference. Last autumn, the National Security Council hosted two open seminars. The first was on fake news, media literacy, open democratic debates, and societal values, and the second was on the technological aspects concerning hybrid threats. Recordings from the seminars are available on the National Security Council's website. So this conference here today follows on from the discussions from these two seminars, and the recordings and the summary report will be available soon on the National Security Council's website, and we are being live streamed on the Institute of International Affairs Facebook page. So we have an amazing lineup here today. Great speakers focusing on a range of interesting and important topics. And I'm very much looking forward to hearing what they have to say. So I'm just very quickly going to run through the practicalities. We have 3 panel sessions, and you can find more information on that in the booklet. And in each session, we have 2 international speakers who will speak for around 10 to 12 minutes each. Following their presentations, they will be joined by Icelandic experts in a panel discussion. And you'll be able to ask them questions. We'll have a mic moving around here in the room. The panel moderators will introduce the speakers and the panelists in each session. We will have a short coffee break following the first panel discussion, and then we will have a drinks reception following the closing remarks, which will be delivered by the President of the Nordic Council, Silja Dögg Gunnarsdóttir. So we have lots to get through here today, so we will be very, very strict regarding the time. So I have these 3-minute warning signs, 1-minute warning signs, and then this is a very serious 0 minutes left warning signs. So I will be monitoring this here from my seat downstairs. So we anticipate a lively and interesting discussion, and one of the things I'm sure will come up at some point is social media. So since I brought it up, I would like to ask who here is on Twitter? Can I see a show of hands? Okay, wow, it's a very Twitter-focused group. So we have a Twitter handle for the conference, which you can see in the top right-hand corner of the conference program. So please tweet about anything you find interesting here, questions, comments. We'd love to hear what you think. Now, back to the program. Before I introduce our keynote speaker, I am delighted to welcome the Prime Minister of Iceland and the Chairman of the National Security Council, Katrín Jakobsdóttir, to give the opening remarks. Please, let's give her a very warm welcome.
Thank you, Jón Gunnar, dear guests. And because Jón Gunnar didn't say it, if you don't tweet about it, it didn't happen. That's the world and reality of social media today. Now, it's a pleasure to open this conference on national security and hybrid threats. Democracy and human rights are constantly being challenged around the globe through a range of coordinated methods, specifically aimed at confusing and destabilizing societies, as well as undermining trust in democratic processes and governance. Apart from blurring the lines between war and peace, these methods can include election interference, cyber attacks, exploiting weaknesses in critical infrastructures, and economic and trade-related pressures. While disinformation campaigns and fake news are well known throughout history, the dissemination methods are more sophisticated than before. Algorithm-enabled macro and micro-targeting creates new possibilities to directly influence public opinion or opinion and behavior within certain groups. And this may be performed by state or non-state actors operating within or across borders, exposing the vulnerability to exploitation and abused by those who have the resources to make the new technologies work to their advantage. And given the speed of new technologies, the impact can be both massive and sudden. In response, governments must be prepared to adopt laws ranging from the screening of foreign investments to cyber sanction regimes to address what can be termed grey zone risks. It is also essential to develop capacity to detect and understand malicious activities at an early stage and raise public awareness of the problem. At the same time, we also need to deconstruct concepts such as hybrid threats and warfare and not treat them as novelties. Already in the mid-2000s, such concepts were a part of security and military doctrines, and we can even go back to the father of containment during the early Cold War, George Kennan, who wrote in 1948 about the constraints of the idea of a clear difference between peace and war. In short, military powers have always been aware of the ambiguity between military conflicts and political warfare. Information has and can be weaponized as a part of an ideological struggle. Now it is often used in a normalized language to undermine social trust. To be sure, the mixing of non-violent, subversive political acts on the one hand and violence and warfare on the other has broadened the spectrum of threat perceptions. But if too many factors are included in the definition of hybrid threats, it risks conceptual fuzziness. And finally, we should also be careful not to inflate threats or engage in demonization or alarmism as a part of a mobilization for political purposes. Hybrid threats are not only external, they can stem from internal societal divisions, even if they can be exploited by external forces. And we should not forget that social tensions and economic inequalities can also work to undermine democratic governments. A weak public debate, more focused on thrills than actual facts, may contribute to the same. At this conference, the focus is on the manifestations of hybrid risks with respect to defense and democratic values and how they can be countered. In addressing these issues, it is critical that it is done in an inclusive way, bringing together government, civil society, institutions of higher learning, and the media. We must also avoid any temptation to frame a response to this challenge by parroting the methods of the enemies of open societies. It must be firmly based on respect for democracy and human rights, and not include actions that undermine the fundamental values that need to be protected, or accountability, which is the essence of any democratic system. This is pertinent to today's discussions of fostering resilience, which will only be achieved through education and with access to reliable information. I would like to thank all those institutions that have made this conference possible, and to thank our international guests for taking the time to join us here for this conversation. What will be discussed here is highly topical and important, and indeed such an interchange of ideas is itself one form of democratic commitment, which needs to be shown in a time of deep political anxiety and worldwide authoritarian threats. And this is what the National Security Council of Iceland, which I lead as the Prime Minister, we are very much aware of this, so it has been our aim to open the public discussions on threats to secure really the democratic pillars of society. I wish you all a very good and productive conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for those thought-provoking and interesting comments. Now, before I move on, I would like to ask who has already written a tweet? One person, two, okay. You get the prize. So I'm going to ask. So I'm going to ask again after the keynote address, and I expect, of course, to see a few more hands. So now on to our keynote address, which will be delivered by James Dipple Johnstone. He is the Deputy Commissioner for the United Kingdom's Information Commissioner's Office, providing executive oversight of the ICO's investigation, regulatory audit, complaints handling, and appeals function. He provides strategic leadership to the ICO's efforts towards global enforcement data sharing and cooperation, including the Global Cross-Border Enforcement Cooperation Agreement. Prior to joining the ICO, he served as Director of Investigation and Supervision for the Solicitors Regulatory Authority, the UK legal profession regulator, where he led teams dealing with professional misconduct, money laundering, cybercrime, and fraud investigations. So I'm sure he'll have lots of interesting things to say here. His background is in the regulation and investigation, having held senior posts in UK police, health, and government oversight agencies. Please give a warm welcome to our keynote speaker, James Dipple Johnstone. Go.
Thank you. That's great. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, thank you for your invitation to talk with you today. I hope to share with you this afternoon some learning from our work and some insight as to how we've started to address some of the issues associated with hybrid threats and cybersecurity in the UK. I will also like to say a little bit about how we see the role of the Data Protection Authority in developing and providing resilience against such threats. I'd like to be clear in doing so that I'm not suggesting a finding of or attribution to any particular party or threat in the context of our investigation into the use of personal data in the democratic process in the UK. Rather, what I want to do is share with you our view of the issues and challenges we identified in our investigation, and in particular the learning we have taken forward, in the hope it usefully informs your discussions here today. For those of you who aren't aware of the ICO, we're the UK's independent data protection regulator. The Commissioner is an independent officer appointed by Her Majesty for a fixed term, and the office has its own revenue stream from a fee levied on data controllers and provided for in statute. We have a remit that spans data protection, some protection of critical national infrastructure, cybersecurity-enabled data breaches involving personal data, and our interest in these is across the broad range of the spectrum of confidentiality, accessibility, and integrity of data, but with a focus on cyber-enabled data misuse. By this we mean the failure to secure, protect, and respect the privacy of our citizens and the deliberate unauthorized accessing, theft, or use of that personal data. We work in liaison with our colleagues at the National Cyber Security Centre and with the National Crime Agency. And if that didn't keep us busy enough in these modern times, we also have responsibilities for access to public information, which isn't too far removed from today's theme after all, because we mustn't forget that one of the key opportunities to counter misinformation is the ease of access to reliable and accurate public information. We have and we take action on a civil regulatory basis and also as a criminal prosecutor. The Commissioner is able to bring her own cases before our courts. We act mainly in the UK, but with the increasing international data flows, we are much more active internationally, recognising the borderless nature of many of the threats we now face. And in particular, given some of the big tech platforms we are involved in, we work closely with our colleagues in the United States and also in the EU, but also increasingly much further afield. And in this guise, we also hold the chair of the International Grouping of Data Protection Authorities, the Global Privacy Assembly, and we are looking to support that work through the Secretariat. This international cooperation role is important to us, and it's well exemplified by the focus of my comments today, Cambridge Analytica. We saw from the evidence we recovered there that they were operating internationally. They were linked to American and US-based researchers, developing tools in the US election context for application in the United Kingdom and then elsewhere in the world. We also gained a glimpse from the evidence we recovered of their attempts to use jurisdictional arguments to avoid their responsibilities. It's highly likely that as recently as 2 or 3 years ago, such a conference as today's would have been perfectly possible without consideration or involvement of a data protection authority. There were few authorities, mainly in Europe. Few of those had investigative arms or cyber capacities, and even fewer had regulatory teeth. Cooperation internationally and between data protection authorities and other national law enforcement, election and cybersecurity functions was rudimentary at best. Over the past 2 years, however, that landscape has changed dramatically. DPAs have been transformed in terms of their powers and capabilities. The public are much more aware of their rights and of some of the risks facing them. Privacy has gone mainstream. You don't have to take my word for it. You only have to see some of the recent advertising from some of the really big social media and technology platforms. Privacy is increasingly a point of differentiation in service, not a problem to be overcome. Our citizens routinely expect their personal data to be safeguarded. Our own survey of UK residents shows that cyber attacks and political misuse of personal data are two of the highest areas of concern for them when it comes to their privacy. I will say more about that learning later, but I'll reflect here that one of the key items of learning from us from this investigation was a clear public expectation that there would be a regulator there to keep people's personal data safe. Turning to the case itself, it's vital that in any democratic society that political parties and campaigners are able to communicate effectively with voters, and social media has an important role to play in that. But it's equally vital for the integrity of elections and democracies that all organisations involved in political campaigning handle and process personal data in a way that is compliant with local data protection laws. Political parties have a crucial role to play in this. They are the largest customers in the ecosystem, and the ecosystem evolves to meet their needs. The degree to which bad actors can operate and pose a threat is therefore linked to the environment that is allowed legitimately to operate by those who give it credibility. Hence our focus in our work on the established political parties and campaign groups. In recent years, political campaigning has become increasingly sophisticated as new technologies and communication tools develop rapidly. I would echo the comments that have already been made. Campaigners now use ever more innovative techniques to attempt to understand potential voters and target them with effective political messaging. The Commissioner's concern was that the trust and confidence in the integrity of our democratic processes risked being disrupted because the evidence suggested that voters didn't understand the invisible nature of these uses of their personal data. However unintended, this poses a risk of hidden manipulation which undermines those processes. This must change. People can only make truly informed choices about who to vote for if they are sure their decisions have not been unfairly influenced. The messaging and technologies used by political parties and campaigners may vary and change over time. I'm sure that will be the case. But they all need to be working from the same rules and laws when it comes to data protection and direct marketing, regardless of the method or future technological developments. So how did we end up here? Well, following the referendum in 2016 on the UK's membership of the EU, stories began circulating in the media attributing data misuse as a reason for the result. Some of this was self-congratulatory, other items related to issues of data sharing and misuse that raised potential concerns about data sharing, privacy laws, and election rules. The then new Commissioner, Elizabeth Denham, issued an initial call for evidence to understand how data had been used. Following this review, she established a major investigation to better understand in more detail the use of personal data in the modern democratic process and to look at the whole ecosystem. The investigation looked at both sides of the referendum argument, all major political parties as well as campaign groups, the social media platforms, and also a range of suppliers of personal data. We took the whole ecosystem approach to heart. The investigation eventually grew to be the largest inquiry undertaken by the office, and possibly one of the largest investigations by data privacy authorities anywhere in the world. At its height, it involved 50 investigators, dozens of organisations of interest, and around 100 direct individuals involved. The inquiry spanned the United Kingdom, the United States, Canada, but also around 30 different jurisdictions around the world. As we found out more, and as there was wider public concern, our Parliament also became concerned, and the House of Commons Select Committee on Digital, Media, Culture and Sport included it in its programme of work on disinformation and fake news. Some examples of the kinds of messages that gave rise to the concern I'll share a little bit later in the presentation. So what did we find from our investigation? Well, we uncovered a really complex picture of data flows, at the core of which was an organisation in Cambridge Analytica and the individuals it was working with, who had a low awareness and appreciation of privacy rules, yet access to vast analytical capacity, large data sets, and it has to be said, a good imagination on how to use it. Our investigation identified activity at the margins of the jurisdiction of several agencies in the UK, each of which was aware of these issues at the periphery of its remit, but was fully engaged with its own core remit and was working through how to understand this activity and, importantly, take action within the constraints of laws and rules that were often unchanged since the days of pen and paper. What we found about the ecosystem surprised us a little, not least, and as has already been touched upon in the comments by the Prime Minister, was about the speed and ingenuity of the data flows and uses, as well as the tactics of some of our adversaries to avoid effective regulation. I think few of us had imagined, for example, that data gathered from mothers in a maternity unit in exchange for some free baby products could be combined, subject to political analytics, and resold via political parties, and then passed to campaigns to help inform micro-targeting of those mothers in a sophisticated way. Unpicking and explaining this was a key result of our work. We identified that all the political parties with which we'd made inquiries collected individuals' data in order to identify interest groups for targeting and micro-targeting of political messages. This was done both on a geographic basis, particularly focused on marginal constituencies or wards, and also on an individual basis, to attempt to identify potential swing voters and target them with messages. We found that all three of the main political parties also had their own central databases, which were frequently updated in line with the electoral register and which were accessed according to how the political party was structured for constitutional and data registration purposes, either at a central level or on a constituency party basis. This data was then matched with other data obtained by the parties about individuals. This included data given directly by the individual themselves, for example through canvassing on doorsteps, emails or telephone contacts, but also survey data. Sometimes this was obtained by the party from third parties, for example that maternity data that I mentioned. This then generated an individual segment or category based on lifestyle type information, e.g. what newspaper the individual read, where they shopped, that kind of thing, and it was then used to make assumptions about their preferences and opinions. That data was then obtained from a number of sources, including some commercial data brokers, or from people who were connected via the party's social media presence. Our investigation found a number of issues with this ecosystem, as a result of which we issued fines to Facebook, some campaign groups, and a data broker, but we also made referrals to agencies to follow up action against specific named individuals. We prosecuted Cambridge Analytica before the courts and secured a conviction and a fine, and in the course of the investigation, the company ceased trading. We also identified a significant set of recommendations for the university and the political sectors. One of the issues of the file was that information that had been gathered by researchers through the ethics process and through research at universities had then found its way into the political system. And we also collaborated with other regulators around the world to begin to contest the patterns of behaviour we saw. And there is still some final work ongoing to this very day. And what we have seen, though, is that some of these adverts which were originally out there, and these are on the Select Committee's page, so you could see some comments about the European Union wanting to kill a cup of tea, but also some football-based commercial-looking competitions, which were then used to gather and recycle data and feed it into the process. And we've then seen the evolution to ever more detail about how some of the parties are campaigning with more readily identifiable presence. And then in the latest election, some much more detailed, much more clear messaging around who is paying for what advertisements and who is targeting what messages. So what learning did we draw from this investigation as a data protection authority? Well, first, that there were these data sets, these vast data sets, and access to them proved to be just too easy. Some progress has been made since, but recent research in the UK suggests that around a half of all boards do not fully understand where and what their data assets' value and security arrangements are, and that makes that data potentially quite vulnerable. We've also found that the dynamic between academic institutions, the private commercial sector, social media platforms, and public activities is underpinned by these data flows. And we've exposed that through the course of our report. We also found, as a regulator, we need to work better with others. So we engage with all these organisations in the course of our investigation, and that capacity and capability for data protection authorities is crucial. We need to be able to flex our resources and meet the ecosystem demands and cover the broad waterfront of activity. So, for example, within the ICO, part of the learning we've taken is to institute a standing team of our intelligence, investigative and audit staff to lead our most high priority work. In subsequent elections in the UK, we've deployed these resources in real time so we can follow up concerns, provide compliance advice to those involved in the process, and flag threats during the election cycle rather than waiting for the end. Another key part of the learning was the complexity of the technical challenge cannot be underestimated. We adopted within the ICO, because of the background of a number of the staff, a police incident room-based approach with quite a structured mechanism of gathering data, analysing it, and then taking action. But even then, with an inquiry that generated 700 terabytes of data and evidence, that was quite a challenge to organise and to be able to make sense of. We also learned that the international dimension was vital. And part of the learning for us has been that it requires standing arrangements to be in place for cooperation with our counterparts. And that is behind our work with the Global Privacy Assembly to make sure that the international instruments are in place to allow data protection authorities to work effectively together. We've learnt the hard way. It's challenging to be building these relationships in the middle of an investigation. Much better to have those relationships in place before the start. What we've also learnt is the whole ecosystem approach is the right way forward. The previous very traditional model of investigation would have seen the Data Protection Authority just looking very narrowly at the privacy issues and those established organisations within our regulatory radar. But the challenges on the issues, for example, in the context of the referendum, of specific issue campaign groups that spring up, undertake their activity and then close down relatively quickly, were significant. There was a lot of activity, and the potential for the evidential value of that activity to be lost was great. In the same vein, just as the content of the messaging is of interest to us, the financing of the advertising, and importantly, the source and the method of the targeting of the message is also important. And this is where, if I can cast to the future, where I think data protection authorities have a key role to play. We also need to embed this joint working. So since then, we've also undertaken sort of incident response, tabletop, and common threat analysis with our partners. We have regular meetings now and information sharing with our colleagues in the National Cybersecurity Centre and the National Crime Agency. We combine the thematic insight from the data breach reports we receive under the GDPR with their higher level insight to make sure that we both understand the high level threat picture as best we can, and so that we can then build that into our proactive inspection and audit work as a data protection regulator. We've strengthened our colleagues with our Cabinet Office teams to make sure that alongside the Election Commission, we have a means to surge our resources in the critical election cycle and importantly in the period immediately before an election cycle if necessary. And we've brought together these multidisciplinary teams of investigators, auditors, policy specialists, technologists and cyber teams to work together on these challenges. But resilience can't just come from the regulators, it has to come from the public as well. So we focused on public information and awareness, and we've been sharing through a Your Data Matters campaign how citizens can keep their personal data safe. And we've continued our work to explain the ecosystems of data use so that citizens can react accordingly. We've also looked at ourselves and how we can improve our laws and ways of working and agility. We've been keen to share the learning that. We know the law has led to considerations for change in the UK and at EU level, as well as further afield. The Parliamentary Select Committee has also been influential in taking forward our recommendations with theirs to assist Parliament in framing new arrangements and laws, and will shortly be producing some political party guidance to help them handle data effectively. It continues to be an area of work and a source of ongoing concern for data protection authorities. In our conference in Tirana at the end of 2019, we agreed resolutions for further work on the use of personal data laws to tackle extremist content following the terrible events in Christchurch, but also as one of the policy themes to see how we can work better as a data protection community to build resilience in our own local communities. We've started work looking at the role of privacy rights in supporting democratic engagement, and for our part at the ICO, we've not forgotten the whole ecosystem approach, and we've been following up with the credit reference agencies and the data broking industry in the UK to make sure those issues are addressed. Our findings have also fed into our own national guidance, and we're following up with the university sector around the use of research data and the ethical considerations involved in research projects with large amounts of personal data. And with that, we've been assisted by the insight of our colleagues in the Centre for Data Ethics and Innovation to make sure we're not stifling innovation, but actually supporting it down the right path. It's not privacy or innovation, but it's innovation with privacy. In the UK, there are continuing inquiries by a standing committee of the House of Lords, the Democracy and Digital Technologies Committee, and they are looking at the continuing challenges and potential future impact on democratic processes of new and emerging technologies. One area we are contributing on is on our investigation into the ad tech industry, as well as continuing our work to monitor ongoing elections and data uses. And of course, of interest perhaps to the group is that lately the UK government has advanced work to improve the regulation of online harm content, including extremist content, disinformation, and political messaging. We will work with the new regulator to ensure that the regulation of the way in which messages are targeted, as well as the content, are regulated seamlessly. I hope that this overview of our investigation, the issues it raised, and the next steps has been helpful in encouraging some thoughts for your consideration and discussion this afternoon. This is a vital area for all our democracies. Technology has a great potential to invigorate our civic discourse and increase engagement. That is a good. It will, however, need to enjoy public confidence to do so, and citizens will need to have assurance their privacy is being properly respected and data laws properly followed in that process. It will be a team effort across a range of players, and data protection authorities, in my view, have a pivotal role to play. I am assured there is goodwill between us all to make this a success, and I look forward to our discussions this afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tipple-Johnstone. I want to say that you're presenting us with a very good example of time management. We're 5 minutes ahead of schedule, so if there are one or two burning questions here now for our keynote speaker, please raise your hand, and we will see about that. Yes, Halla?
You always need that one, don't you? My name is Halla Gunnarsdóttir, work with the Prime Minister. It was an excellent talk. I'd be curious to know a little bit more about the discussions of, because you describe pretty well the micro-targeting. Mm-hmm. And then there's a question, is the micro-targeting wrong, or is the messages being sent through micro-targeting wrong? So if you could elaborate a little bit on that, because I think the political debate goes there quite quickly. I mean, the political parties want to reach voters, and that's nothing new. And now they're using these methods. But then we get very angry about anti-vaxxers targeting Orthodox Jews in, New York or certain groups. So is it the method or the message?
So it's the method, the message, and the basis of the personal data which has been used in the targeting that is an issue. In a lot of the work that we do, we are technology agnostic. We recognise that there are good elements and bad aspects to it. But what we've been very clear on is what concerned us from this is people weren't aware. So it wasn't necessarily that the delivery of messaging was inappropriate, albeit others might view that some of the messagings were either inaccurate or misrepresented the situation. But it was the personal data and the flow of that personal data around the system that gave us cause for concern, because it wasn't clear on some of those where that messaging was coming from, how it was being paid for, how it was arriving at that particularly individual citizen. And when we tested this in some focus groups, people were genuinely surprised that that was how the messaging was getting to them. And what might be okay in one context for trainers or cars, in the political context, might be more of a concern. So our approach has been to provide guidance and encourage compliance and make sure that that flow of data and understanding is properly consented, properly used, and people have the openness and transparency of their discourse rather than operating in a closed echo chamber.
Okay, one more question if anyone has a burning question, or we could just leave it to the coffee break if you guys want to think about that. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, how many people have tweeted? No, can I see? I expect a few more tweets following the next panel session. So now on to our first panel session. So it focuses on conventional and unconventional responses to hybrid challenges. And Pia Hansson is the moderator of the first panel, and she will introduce the speakers and the panelists later on. So Pia is the director of the Institute of International Affairs at the University of Iceland. As I just said earlier, I'm the acting director of the Institute. So what does that mean? Well, she's actually about to leave on her sabbatical to the Danish Institute for International Studies, where she'll be based for a few months studying new security challenges in the Arctic. I'm sure there'll be some hybrid challenges that you'll be focusing on there. So Pia, over to you.
Thank you. Good to see almost a full room here. Very nice to see you all. The speakers in this first section, in which we will focus, like Jón Gunnar just told you, on conventional and unconventional responses to hybrid threats. We have a speaker from NATO, and we have a speaker from the Strategic Communications Center of Excellence in Riga. After we hear the two speakers give their presentations, I will introduce to you the rest of the panel, the Icelandic experts that will actually join us here on stage. But now it is my honor to invite the first speaker in this session to the podium. Dr. Antonio Misiroli is the Assistant Secretary General for Emerging Security Challenges at NATO. That's a tall order, I must say. Prior to joining NATO, Dr. Misiroli was director of the European Union Institute for Security Studies in Paris. Prior to that, he was an advisor at the Bureau of European Policy Advisors of the European Commission. And that was actually from 2010 to 2012. Then before that, he was director of studies at the European Policy Center in Brussels. Senior research fellow at the WEU Institute for Security Studies in Paris prior to that. So you can tell that he has certainly the qualifications to be here and to be speaking to us today. He is also a professional journalist. He has taught at Bath and Trento, as well as Boston University, SIE's Johns Hopkins at the College of Europe in Bruges, and at Sciences Po in Paris. Dr. Misiroli holds a PhD degree in contemporary history from the Scuola Normale Superiore in Pisa. Apologies for that one. And a master's degree in international public policy from SAIS Johns Hopkins University. Dr. Misiroli, the floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, good afternoon. It is a great pleasure and an honor for me to be here today in Iceland, in Reykjavik, at this university. I had the privilege more than 20 years ago to meet Alison Bales, who taught at this university for a long time. I had the privilege of staying in touch with her for many, many years. And I have to say that she's still missed, and her acumen and her lucidity in analyzing emerging security challenges would be of great benefit to all of us today. Let me start with a little anecdote. Right after the end of the Cold War, when NATO had to adapt to an entirely new strategic environment, a NATO officer, a former colleague, compared this adaptation with the challenge of painting a moving train, or, if you prefer, fixing a running car. One can only sympathize with that appreciation. And NATO did indeed change radically in terms of policy, strategy, military structures, outreach, and even members. Today, we are asked to paint yet another moving train or fix another running car, only that this time our train moves even faster and is partially invisible, and the car is partially inaudible. I am speaking, of course, of the need to adapt NATO to respond to hybrid threats. Hybrid threats are indeed a unique challenge for an organization like NATO. They blur the lines between peace, crisis, and war. They aim to undermine political cohesion by trying to amplify divisions among societies. They create ambiguity to complicate consensual decision-taking. And they can undermine NATO's military responses in a crisis, for example, by disrupting NATO's reinforcement efforts. How must NATO adapt, then, to meet the challenge of hybrid threats? What kind of strategies must we adopt? And what specific tools must we build to deter or defend against hybrid aggression? Let me give you just a few pointers. I know I have only 10 minutes. First, we must enhance our situational awareness. We need to be better at connecting the dots. Are, for instance, a cyber attack against a harbor here in Iceland and a simultaneous fake news campaign in Norway or Denmark just two random events, or are they part of a planned hybrid campaign? One way of finding out is to improve our intelligence sharing. A few years ago, we established the Joint Intelligence and Security Division in NATO's international staff, which includes a unit specifically devoted to analyzing hybrid threats. The JISD has proven to be a successful bureaucratic innovation, providing us with solid analysis on hybrid actors and their methods. Second, we must continually exercise challenging hybrid scenarios. By introducing hybrid elements into exercises, our political and military decision makers are forced to address the dilemmas that hybrid threats can pose. For instance, how to cope with the question of when to initiate collective action as NATO in cases where an opponent attack stays below what we call the kinetic level, the traditional military level with tanks crossing the borders or planes hitting a military bases. If NATO were to wait with a collective response until an attacker employs kinetic means, a dangerous gap could emerge between aggression and reaction, and inaction could lead to escalation. Consequently, NATO needs to look much more closely into collective response options below the kinetic level. Last May, we carried out a crisis management exercise called CMX-19, in which precisely hybrid and cyber element in the eye north, incidentally, were tested and exercised in a sort of real type situation. 2 days ago, the North Atlantic Council had a scenario-based discussion precisely on that scenario again, and later this year, the same kind of scenario-based discussion will be carried out with our Finnish, Swedish, and EU partners in a sort of real-time situation. That brings me to a third point, or a third step, if you prefer. The need to create specific tools, such as our counter-hybrid support teams. A counter-hybrid support team consists of civilian experts who could be deployed at an ally's request. An ally must demand the deployment of such a team. And these teams can be deployed in a crisis to show that NATO is vigilant and is showing also active solidarity with that ally. However, given their expertise in strategic communications, counterintelligence, or the protection of critical infrastructure, such a team can also act as an advisory team for improving national structures to withstand hybrid threats. Counter-hybrid support teams are a clear sign, indeed, of NATO developing response options below the threshold of Article 5. To be sure, allies have also stated that hybrid attacks can trigger Article 5, but our emphasis now must be on what our military call left-of-bank scenarios and situations. Step 4. Deepening relations between NATO and the European Union. Our goal must be to bring our different toolboxes closer together. For example, through informal cooperation at the working level, both institutions have developed playbooks to coordinate their respective responses to hybrid activities. We have also started to engage in what we call parallel and coordinated exercises, and cooperation is facilitated by the European Centre of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, recently established by Finland. I'm sure that Kristina Riener will give you further details about their works and their plans later this afternoon. Step 5, enhance national resilience. Since most hybrid attacks are aimed at individual nations, NATO must ensure that each member country is resilient enough to continue to perform as a reliable ally. For example, whenever NATO is preparing to send reinforcement during a crisis. The 2016 Warsaw Summit Declaration highlighted resilience as the basis for credible deterrence and defense. And in line with that statement, allies have pledged to improve their resilience to the full range of threats, including hybrid threats. The strengthening of resilience is a national responsibility, but NATO has produced guidelines that can serve nations as a benchmark for national self-assessment in areas such as energy, or indeed strategic communications. These requirements are regularly updated in the face of new developments, including the introduction of 5G communication standards. Step 6, last but one, attribution. Attribution, in other words, naming and shaming the hybrid aggressor. Strictly speaking, attribution remains a sovereign decision by each state. However, we recall that when Russian agents attempted to kill a former double agent in the British city of Salisbury in March 2018, most NATO and EU member states publicly attributed the assault to Russia. And equally importantly, NATO allies and partnered countries expelled numerous Russian diplomats. Such demonstrated resolve could have a deterrent effect against at least some hybrid actors. So even if collective attribution remains a political delicate issue, we need to continue to pursue it. You may have followed the case last week of the public attribution that Georgia made of the cyber attacks that were made against the country and major media channels in late October 2019, and that was followed by statements by a number of NATO and EU countries worldwide, and I would suggest you to compare the nature of those statements, some of them attributed to the GRU alongside the Georgian statement. Others basically condemned the activity but didn't mention the actor behind that. And there lies a nuance that has to be taken into account in different national approaches to the issue. Step 7, last one, new meeting formats. NATO traditionally meets at the level of foreign and defense ministers, and occasionally of heads of state. However, hybrid challenges go well beyond the remit of defense and foreign ministries. This is why we are bringing together additional actors. In May last year, for example, we held the first ever informal meeting of the North Atlantic Council with national security advisors and other senior officials dealing with hybrid threats. This meeting underlined the need for a whole-of-government approach in dealing with such threats. And I would hope that it helped to slowly breaking down the institutional stovepipes that still hamper our work in this regard. Ladies and gentlemen, this brief overview of NATO's response to hybrid threats will hopefully have made one thing clear. NATO can indeed paint a moving train, even if the train is a high-speed one, and can even fix a Formula One car along the way. The key to success is not to fall into the trap of mistaking hybrid as some kind of miracle hostile strategy against which there is no cure. Hybrid is not a miracle hostile strategy. If we keep improving our awareness and our resilience, and if we continue to deepen our relationship with the EU, we can demystify hybrid as a strategy that can indeed be effectively detected, potentially deterred, and eventually defeated. Thank you very much, and I understand that I have to take a seat for the break.
Thank you very much, Macedonians. I do believe that there are slides, so if you prefer, you can sit there to see them, but it's up to you. Either way. All right, now it is my pleasure to introduce to you the next speaker, Ms. Nora Bitenische. Was it okay? Are you sure? All right. That was quite tough. She is a software engineer at the Technical and Scientific Development Branch of the NATO Strategic Communications Center of Excellence in Riga, Latvia. Nora has a bachelor's degree in computer science and neuroscience from Kiel University in the UK. She is currently supporting the NATO Stratcom Center of Excellence project on countering the malicious use of social media and managing a project on the use of geo-targeting in information and manipulation activities. The floor is yours, Nora.
Thank you, Pia, for the introduction. To set the scene for today's discussion, I would like to tell you about a case study we did a year ago. So before I start, NATO Stratcom Communications Center of Excellence, though we have NATO in the name, we're not part of the chain of command. The aim of the center is to enhance NATO's strategic communications capabilities through research, experiments, doctrine development, and training and education. So what we did a year ago is during a national military exercise in Latvia, we practically assessed if we could gather enough public information about the participants and the exercise to then influence their behaviors in the exercise that would act against their orders. So what we did, the overall process is, first of all, we set up a honeypot. Just time myself. We set up a honeypot, something we would use to lure military servicemen and women to disclose they're taking part of this exercise. The second step was to expand our network of known exercise participants. The third and the fourth step was, first of all, with the known participants, to then research them, so do sort of a reconnaissance and find out as much as possible about them, their weaknesses, vulnerabilities, and then monitor the exercise itself. The last but not the least step was to reach out to these participants and engage with them. And in this step, we use social engineering techniques and others to achieve our goals. In practice, it looked more like this. So 3 weeks prior to the exercise, we started creating fake profiles across different social media platforms: Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter. We created a fake Facebook page for the exercise that mimicked the official communication of the Latvian Armed Forces, and we just posted the legitimate information on the exercise. We used this, we marketed this page to a group we thought might be taking part in the exercise, so people aged 18 to 55 living in Latvia, interested or employed by armed forces. So anyone who's done Facebook ads know it's quite easy to narrow down your audience to even such metrics as employed or interested in armed forces. So we marketed this page to possible target audience. Once we gathered a significant following, we created a closed group, which we then used to lure participants in. After that, we directly or indirectly engaged with these people that we knew were taking part in the exercise. And another step, just to illustrate that not all attack vectors are successful, was we created a t-shirt selling website with the exercise merchandise. That didn't work out, but the rest of the attack vectors were quite successful. So the first week of our operation, Ministry of Defense and Armed Forces quite quickly noticed the fake page, and they reported it to Facebook, and nothing happened. Unable to receive the support, they just circulated a message around the armed forces saying to not follow and share messages from the fake page, which were us. Second week, we continued operating. We created the closed group. We received over 90 people as group members. Here you can see we again took ads to promote this closed group. In the second week, only after State Chancellery got involved, Facebook finally suspended the page, which of course in a crisis scenario is unacceptable, that you have a fake page gathering information on your military personnel for 2 weeks before Facebook does anything. Overall, the page operated for 2 weeks and gathered over 320 followers. It was suspended, but the group was never suspended and is still active today. The overall results is that we identified a significant number of individual participants. We also managed to identify exact locations of several battalions. We also managed to identify troop movements timeframes for active phases. We also managed to induce certain behaviors. So we used a range of social media platforms and dating apps. And we actually managed to get GPS locations of reconnaissance units, and we managed to get 2 people leave their barracks while on exercise to meet a fictional girl. Yes. So here is I just really need water, sorry. So here's just an example from some of the things we noticed during our experiment. It's all in Latvian, so it won't make sense, but the middlemost example is we messaged armed forces personnel from a fake profile asking which battalion are they from and when is their active phase. This is just to illustrate that our people do not apply the same security measures they do in the physical world to the digital world. And that extends beyond armed forces, because it might as well be a fake profile asking for, I don't know, something that would lead to a financial gain. So people just don't regard digital environment as unsafe as the physical environment. The third, the rightmost example is just a post in the closed group where we ask anyone who's part of this and the 17th and the 19th battalion to tell us. And in the comment section, you can see that people actually replied. Again, this group is unofficial group. This post is made from a fake profile and people answer. This is another example of what we came across. So here's a screenshot from a dating app we used to identify and engage with the exercise participants. So from just this picture alone, we can know their first name, last name, age, distance from our fake location, and their unit as well. And because this person has put a picture in his uniform, which is military police, we can safely say that the whole convoy was there as well, 5 miles away from us. We cross-checked information we gathered about this person from other social media platforms and online sources, and we found out his occupation, income. We also found out he has a partner and a child, but of course he's still using dating apps, which quite quickly told us that this person is a good target because he has something to hide. So what made it so easy and cheap for our small-scale operation to succeed? Well, first of all, it was Facebook's own targeted advertising mechanisms. We didn't have to do anything other than to say to Facebook, we want to reach everyone age this and that in Latvia, interested or employed by armed forces. And they did the hardest part of the work for us. Second, the closed group feature and suggested friends feature. So closed groups, quite popular on Facebook and other social networks such as Contacte. They allow actors to interact with people unchallenged because nobody who's not part of the group can see what goes on. Here we actually noticed that as our experiment progressed, people started to become more resilient. So if they posted the comments saying which battalion they're from, after a few hours they would be deleted. The more we posted, the less answers we got. So people got more resilient as the experiment proceeded, which kind of suggested that there was sort of like self-organization within the target group. They did notice that something's going on, thank you, and they adapted quite quickly. The reach out and engage step was made largely quite easy because of the data we collected on the people. So we were able to get people phone numbers from people's search engines. So that's a whole business that's unregulated at the moment, if I'm correct. Dating app and social networking sites. So the broader conclusions from this experiment is digital environment does hold enormous amounts of data on each individual, and this data can be gathered legally. So we didn't do anything illegal. We just pretended we broke terms of services of Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, but we didn't do anything illegal. Soldiers and security services are not the only targets for such attacks, social engineering and impersonation. Basically, any organization of importance is already a subject to these sort of attacks. And education regarding these risks in the online environment needs to happen. And we also believe that the best way to train your personnel or your public servants or general public is to red team on them, basically. Because first of all, during this experiment, we found out the latest techniques, how to fake phone calls in Latvia, or where to get the data from. So first of all, we do our own research into the tools and capabilities available, and then of course we train our people. During this exercise, we of course trained and tested the communication and reporting mechanisms of the Ministry of Defense and Armed Forces themselves. So that was very useful as well. So why is this even a thing? How does it fit into hybrid threats? Well, first of all, there are different influence methods for different societal groups. So social media is largely used by younger generations. So this is the vector that will be used to influence them. And the aim of it is to achieve an effect without kinetic activity. So to influence someone's decision-making at the end of it. Thank you. I'm out of time.
Now I'd like to introduce the Icelandic experts that are going to be joining us for the panel discussion. I hope you're all brimming with questions. I'm sure that I am at least. So first I'd like to introduce Helga Þórisdóttir. She is the Data Protection Commissioner for Iceland, a position she has held since 2015. Previously, she worked for the Ministry of Education, the EFTA Secretariat in Brussels, and the Icelandic Parliament. Helga holds a candidate degree from the University of Iceland. Please come to the stage and join us here. The next one I'd like to introduce to the panel is Björn Bjarnason. I can't find him here. I hope he is here. There he is. Björn Bjarnason is a lawyer by training, a former journalist, a member of parliament, and a cabinet minister. Björn was recently tasked by the Nordic foreign ministers to write a report on foreign and security policy in the Nordic region. It's actually a follow-up report to the Stoltenberg report that a lot of people do know about since 2009. I am sure that the Bjarnason report will be just as well known. Thank you, Björn. Last but not least, we have Sveinn Helgason, who is a strategic communications officer at NATO. He's a former reporter, and Sveinn actually has worked as a reporter for 20 years. He used to work for the Icelandic National Broadcasting Service here in Iceland and in the US. Sveinn, please join us here. So we're going to be discussing what we've heard so far and try to find answers to a few of the questions that have been posed here. Thank you for your excellent presentations. It brought a lot of food for thought. I'd like to begin by asking our Icelandic panelists to respond. I'd like to hear, Helga, what do you think of the presentations we've heard so far? I'll ask you to basically start.
Thank you. Well, I'll just hold on to it. Thank you. Thank you, Pia. Well, I'm very pleased. I hope the rest is also. I'm in particular pleased with the first keynote speech today, James Tipple Johnston, because I mean, data protection. What is data protection, and what is the role of data protection authorities within hybrid threats and cybersecurity? So that was like brilliantly explained in a couple of words, and coming from the big example of Cambridge Analytica and what that. Well, how much an eye-opener that has been for us. So, do you want me to continue? Or? Yeah. So, if I may dwell on this a little bit, I mean, we are in the middle of the fourth industrial revolution, and what is there new? Well, the big thing there is data, and when I say data, I mean personally identifiable information, like has been touched upon here, and I mean that is information that is being used now by both private actors and public actors, government also, and data is being used in every sector. Data is being put into databases, and data is being processed each and every day, be it day in, day out. So that is really the big thing of how we are all being, sort of how our data is being used. And when it comes then down to, again, this perfect example of Cambridge Analytica, sort of, and the first question actually asked by the audience here today was, what was in a way wrong with this message? Was it the methods or what? So the thing is that the big thing about social media, and again, this case, was that people were being micro-targeted without them realizing that they were being targeted. Because, I mean, political parties want to talk to their customers in a way, but yeah, well, their possible voters. But the way social media opens up for this direct access to each and every voter, and with the use of technology to micro-target there within. So I mean, this is really what we are thinking about, and also because I mean we were before thinking more like sort of shopping habits online. What do I have to? Sort of, what can I not disclose to the public? I have nothing to hide. That's actually the biggest sentence here in Iceland. I have nothing to hide, so just please use my data. Well, I hope that the speakers here today have told you a little bit what can be used with that data. And I mean, are you shopping at the next grocery store? Are you going to this designer's outlet? Or are you shopping this holiday for the next summer? I mean, how you can really influence sort of how you vote in elections, and imagine the power that those have that can, or have the know-how of sort of how to target people and how to make them do things on social media. That's huge power, and that's really the linkage with national security issues and data protection, and really in like 101. That's the connection. And then we can go into internet-connected devices that are linked to the internet and can be personally identifiable information. We have sometimes hospitals being linked to the internet, and those that know have told me that this is a technique or sort of infrastructure that can be easily broken into. So you can paralyze very quickly a nation when you're really going to the hospital system and to the health records that are all online. And we had a recent bad weather here in Iceland, and we found out that a lot can happen just with bad weather. And do we have sufficient infrastructure just to deal with the bad weather? How about the actors that we've been told about from Riga and elsewhere today? So there are huge things, and since I still have the mic, just one tiny thing, talking about governments and national sort of hybrid threats and what can be done when it comes to what the government can do in the name of national interest. Not everything can be done, because we have a constitution that says privacy needs to be safeguarded. So within the name of what the government to do within national interest, not everything can be done. So we have to be aware. Thank you.
Thank you, Helga. It's obviously a burning issue, and that's understandable from where you are working. So I'd like to involve Björn as well, and hear from you your reaction basically to the two presentations, and maybe also to what Helga was discussing.
Thank you very much. What Helga was discussing was, of course, data protection. And we are talking about hybrid threats. Data protection is one part of our protection against hybrid threats. But hybrid threats are, of course, of very different nature also, as was pointed out by from the case study that we were presented with, and also what NATO is doing. NATO is not a data protecting agency, it's an agency for national security. And therefore, it is very interesting for Icelanders, for instance, to think about this, as this is a national responsibility of the Icelandic government and to defend us against hybrid threats. What do we have? What means do we have? We don't have military means. We have to base our defenses on civilian means. And when you look at what is happening and how things are progressing, then I think that the civilian side of this is getting more and more attention. Of course, it is very good to have, as we saw in the case study, that you can approach soldiers, you can maybe manipulate soldiers and military activity through hybrid threats, and NATO has guidelines. But it is a national responsibility, and for us, we have the data protection system that is based on civilian to defend the market, to defend that our personal data is protected, but this is a much broader issue. And Iceland, being a very digitalized society, as we are, but we don't have the necessary defenses. That is a very serious issue. If you see we are highest on the list when you see use of internet, when you see broadband and things like that, but when you see security, we are lower than Mongolia. We are number 86 or something like that. So this is an issue, as we are talking about this here within the framework of national security. This is an issue that the Icelandic authorities have to look into. And the studies, the case study and what NATO is doing is just reminding us that we have to take this very seriously.
Thank you. And then moving on to Sveinn. Are you as concerned about this as Björn is?
Yes, I am. I think it was struck the right note that we can't be too alarmist, but we also have to realize that although we are an island, we're totally not isolated. And on data protection, I would only ask you, for those who have not seen The Big Hack, the documentary, go watch it. I finally did it, and it's a really interesting documentary about, Cambridge Analytica. And we should also be aware of that data has been monetized. It's money. It's big business. And that, of course, drives a lot of what's happening there. Responding to what my colleague, Dr. Misiroli, said, he mentioned exercises. And some of what NATO has been doing and scenario-based discussions. I think it's really important that Iceland and other nations simply exercise, whether it's tabletop exercises, also conduct scenario-based discussions, try to come up with a scenario of actors, potential threat or campaign targeted at Iceland. What would our adversary target, how, and with what strategic aims in mind, and how would we respond? How would we would try to anticipate what is coming at us, and for order to be ready and to act quickly and effectively, God forbid, if that would happen, we need to simply exercise. Just as we in Iceland exercise against natural disasters, we need to exercise in being able to respond to, you might say, man-made disasters. So I think this is a really important point, and as we are, of course, members of NATO, we can be sure of that NATO would come to our assistance, but at the same time, this is a national responsibility and simply has to be a part of our national security structure. And that also brings me to that different agencies have to work together. I see some law enforcement agents here, the head of the Icelandic Coast Guard, who I had the pleasure to work with when I was in the Ministry of Interior and Ministry of Justice, and also the private sector. I've been reaching out to some members of the private sector, CEOs of major information technology companies, for example, who run and service critical infrastructure. And of course, you have the power grid, electric grid, and as was mentioned earlier, I was not in the country then, I was in Brussels, but some places in Iceland, even villages, went black. People were just totally in the black. There was no communications, there was no heat, anything. And again, Coast Guard came to the rescue in Dalvik, for example. But this is something that we have to, be prepared to, and so preparedness is also key in this aspect.
So we have established, of course, that this is a very complex issue, and there are certainly no simple solutions. But one would think that collaboration is exactly the key, that you have to kind of line up the partners that you have worked with previously, that you trust, to be able to pull this off. I'd also like to pose a question to you before we open it out to the audience, Dr. Misiroli. Hybrid campaigns are normally not limited to disinformation. It's all kinds of other things, of course, can include coercion and corruption, provocation, foreign acquisitions, or jamming of communications. So what do you think might be likely to happen here in the High North? What kind of a scenario are we possibly looking at here?
Well, I don't want to stake my reputation here today on all these issues, of course. And as you know, in particular for NATO officials, even the so-called Chatham House rule applies with qualification. I mean, the joke that we share inside the alliance is that, yes, if the Chatham rule applies, you may not be quoted, but you can still be fired. And therefore, you have to be very careful about what I'm going to say. But I think that the main point is that hybrid campaigns, as we see them, as we know them, as we have experienced them, tend to be bespoke campaign. They are tailored to specific situations. Of course, they use similar methods. They use follow patterns that are recognizable, but they are tailored to the specific vulnerabilities of the target. And therefore, if it is Ukraine, regional divisions, problems with corruption or public elite have been used in order to actively foment divisions in that society that have helped also carry out certain operations. Our French colleagues told us recently that elections in Madagascar, as far as Madagascar, were the target of very sophisticated hybrid campaigns in order to build on the divisions inside that particular society. They eventually failed to shape the outcome of the elections, but they had a significant influence during the campaign. And therefore, I think my reaction would be you have to be fully aware as a nation or as a region in this particular case of what could be the specific vulnerabilities, the tensions, the exposures that you have, be it at the societal level, be it at the political level, especially when it comes to electoral campaigns, what could be the issues that could be used to divide the society further and therefore foment a tension that would make the formation of a future government more difficult than it would be. What are the economic weaknesses that could be exploited to this effect, be it foreign direct investment, interests in your region, be it at sea or energy resources and so on and so forth, because those could be the entry points for very sophisticated campaigns by hostile actors that have an interest in destabilizing the country, weakening its ability to respond, and so on and so forth. So it's not really up to me to give you a specific response to this effect, but I think as a sort of food for thought, I mean, having some indicators, some criteria to try and anticipate what could be the areas in which hybrid campaigns could be waged against this country or this particular region, I think is a good way of trying to predict what could happen and therefore be better prepared to resist to that.
If I may also, Nora, ask you to comment a little bit on how we can possibly be forward-looking, because of course technology is developing very fast. I mean, most of us that are at a certain age are certainly recognizing that we don't follow everything that happens. But that's something that you need to be doing at Stratcom, right, in Riga? So what kind of how do you manage that challenge to actually really look into the future and see what will develop technologically speaking?
Well, I'm actually more worried about the current technologies that everyone is turning a blind eye to. So I'm referring to AI-fueled systems, for example, Google search engine, or YouTube recommendation algorithm, or Netflix, or any system that uses some sort of sorting and a recommendation algorithm beneath it. Because what we, well, as people use more and more digital media or digital services, they're more exposed to tailored experiences. And today we have talked about Cambridge Analytica that supposedly used data to target and influence campaign ahead of US elections, but then it could be just Google influencing us all the time as we open and search something, because the results I see are very different from the results that you see. And that essentially, the more digital services I use and the more questions I pose to, I don't know, Google, or the more time I spend on Netflix or YouTube, the more I'm shaped by these services. And I'm more worried about the lack of transparency of these platforms. So why do I see what I see? And I guess, yeah, and then of course the lack of regulation. So I think as democratic societies, well, first of all, for democracies to work, we need educated voters. But we need to educate them in terms of also the environment they live in now. And you are being shaped by your Google search engines, and then there's also someone trying to buy ads to influence you. So we need to educate our people regarding the digital environment, regarding the AI-fueled systems. And then, of course, everyone's super worried about deep fakes. I'm not so worried about someone using deep fakes. I'm just worried about getting to that stage where someone can say it's a deep fake. So we'll reach a point in technological development where everyone could just question the truth or what they see. And so I would just say education and training and just being critical and of any technology that we have now, of any emerging technology, and we need to just ask for more transparencies from these like gigantic tech companies as well. And that goes for any country. So of course one country cannot do this, but the European Union could be a force to enforce some sort of transparency or regulation or both. Yeah.
Raising awareness, of course, and for everyone that has children, of course, this is another concern that we have, that we actually do manage to teach them some media literacy, that we do get them to think critically about where it is that they're getting their information from. Helga, you wanted to comment as well.
Thank you. Yes, there's one piece of information, maybe several, that I just would like to add into the discussion right now, and that is the fact that what we've been thinking about now, sort of the social media threats and the way our information can be used within the hybrid context, is that the fact that in Iceland more than 9 out of 10 adults use actually the same social media, namely Facebook. So, and then that added to what Björn mentioned just now is that 99% of Icelanders normally use the internet on each and every day. So you have 99% usage of the internet. You have more than 9 out of 10 adults on the Facebook, the same Facebook sort of social media. So you have the possibility to maybe then sort of predict and at least follow the discussion of one piece of nation. Might be a small one, but still you have one nation there. So this is really interesting, and maybe if I may use this because you've been mentioning what people do share, and one very recent example of what people are sharing in Iceland, we have a genetic company called Decode Genetics. And just a couple of days ago, they rolled out this personality test, actually based on the Ocean Principle. And they actually, it was very well labeled as a scientific research. However, in like 2 or 3 days, they managed to get almost 1/3 of the nation to take that test online. And many of them shared it free of will on Facebook. So this is where we are in Iceland. I think this could be maybe a fruitful thought for further discussion on this issue. Thank you.
I think it also relates, in a sense, back to what Björn was referring to as well. Of course, we are a country without a military. We don't always think about these things, I think, in the same manner as maybe other countries do. Björn, are you also including discussions, and I presume you are, in your report, looking at hybrid threats and cybersecurity issues?
Well, in the report, I am supposed to write on 3 things: climate, hybrid and cybersecurity, and multilateralism and rule-based world order. And it is very interesting. I have not been in Helsinki yet. And in Helsinki, as we see in the program, there is a Center of Excellence, and we will have a lecture on that later on in the meeting. But I have been in Oslo, Stockholm and Copenhagen. And it's very interesting to note how high on the agenda hybrid and cyber threats are in all the ministries, in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and in the defense ministries. And in Sweden it was stated categorically that we should not look upon this as threats because we were under attack, that we were constantly under attack, hybrid attacks in the Nordic countries, and especially they were speaking about Sweden. And then also it was the discussion, is this part of the military or is this part of the civilian side? Is this part of the security police or is it part of the military? And the view that I heard was that this was really more of a civilian duty to take care of this. But in Iceland, when you look upon Iceland and you look upon the development in Iceland in cybersecurity, for instance, then and compare it to what is happening in the Nordic countries, then the first to analyze this as a problem were the military intelligence services. And they built up the defenses for society, which we have never done here. This is a very serious lack for us here in Iceland how to deal with this. And then now if it is becoming more and more of a civilian problem, more and more of a police activity, then that is in the Nordic countries based on what was done in the military before. And for instance, in Denmark, they have established a cyber center that is civilian but housed in the Ministry of Defense. So this shows that this is so blurred, the distinction between civilian, military side, civilian security, military security, that this is something that we have really to discuss here in Iceland and look into what kind of a system we want to establish in this field.
Well, it's a good thing that we are discussing it then now, I think. Now I'd like to open it out to questions from the audience. Margaret over here with the microphone will move over there, I think, for the first question. Please just give us your name as well, and let's keep this to questions and not comments. Thank you.
Hi, is this on? Can you hear me? Okay, my name is Svavar Ingi Hermansson. So I have a question for Nora and Helga. So Nora, with regards to the red team exercise you referenced, very interesting, not surprising. You mentioned you just broke the terms and conditions. However, I have a question for both you and Helga. So you directly started texting these individuals, asking them for their personal information, are they in a relationship, all these sort of things. Does that not fall under collecting personal data, processing data, and under the General Data Protection Regulation? Thank you.
So we didn't actually text people asking for personal information. So these sort of attacks are more elaborate. So we would just, one sort of attack was just sending out a text message saying, congratulations, you've taken a quick loan. A quick loan, quick credit thing is very big in Latvia. So when these attacks do happen, the success of it is determined by how believable it is, and it's a big thing in Latvia. So we thought it would be a good attack vector. So one of them was just sending a text out saying, "Congratulations, you've taken a quick loan. Your next repayment is this and that." And people called back because they haven't taken the loan out, and then we just pretended. We said, "Okay, if you haven't done it, then just fill in this form and send it back to us." And they did. So technically, this part, them filling the form and ticking, I do agree my information to be processed by. Okay, we were a fake company. So we did, I guess, fall underneath GDPR. We fell as a data controller. But first of all, this was an exercise environment. So we were asked to do this experiment. That's one. Also, underneath GDPR, there is this. I guess I don't know if it's a loophole or not, but you don't have to ask explicit consent from people if you're doing research for security purposes and then you delete the data immediately after. So of course we had institutional consent and requirement to do this experiment. Having said that, the institutional consent does not grant that your employee cannot say you can take my all my employee data. That's wrong anyway. But within the exercise context, we were allowed to do. It was us who collected data, so we didn't outsource anyone else. So we were the only sole data controllers. So very few people had access to it, and we deleted it immediately. Technically, in this example, we did use a fake consent form. But then again, there's the question of how legal is it to pretend to be someone else. But it's all dealt with now. So.
Helga, you'd like to comment too?
Well, can I ask, has she answered well enough, or would you like to have an Icelandic DPA comment on that as well? I'm the lucky one to get that sort of spot on. Thank you. So, I mean, is it a social study or is it a scientific research? There are ways to sort of proceed in this manner, and then there's this thing of I know, for example, James Dipple Johnson could maybe comment more on that. I know that the ICO, for example, has been in collaboration with private companies sometimes to sort of study things and to sort of allow something to happen. But the general rule is that you're not allowed to process data without having the correct permission. So this is definitely something that we would have to look into, and may I come back to you on this? Thank you.
Would you mind commenting maybe on that? Yes, Margaret, you can give him the microphone. Thank you.
Yes, so can you hear me? Does that make sense? Yeah, I'll try and project. So in terms of the individual case itself, you'd have to look at the details through, but actually what's being described isn't very different from what we see at one end of the investigations we carry out at the ICO, because it may not be a research centre doing this kind of activity. It may be people trying to defraud the elderly out of their pension. So pension scams, push payment authorization fraud, very similar model. Put something out. Those who respond go onto a list. They're then marketed for follow-up services, and they're encouraged to part with their money. So this kind of research, this kind of model, does represent the threat that's out there in these kind of circumstances. There are a host of exemptions and other bits and pieces that might apply to the circumstances, but in terms of does it represent some of the threat and the risk? Yes, because we see it in the casework that we do.
So we have further questions from the audience. Yes, over there.
Thank you. My name is Graham Paul. I have a question regarding protection of data. In France, it's not possible to share data between different databases. So it will prevent aggregation of data. So your data from your gym club will not be shared with data from your bank, or I don't know. So do you have in Iceland such regulation?
Helga, I believe that's for you to answer.
Yes, in short, we do have. We have, for example, certain law we have certain law on scientific research, and when it comes to the company I mentioned, Decode Genetics, they work under very strict conditions from the DPA, for example, and they are not allowed to share the data. However, that personality test that I was referring to, well, what can I say? The personality test was one of the first tests or scientific research that they are rolling out online. And then there was actually a Facebook sharing possibility sort of within the test as a possibility, of course, based on the free will of those that decided to share. But that was the individual's decision to do it. So Decode Genetics as a company is not sharing anything to either insurance companies, banks, etc.
So we have time for one last question before you get to the coffee break, which is of course very important. Anyone? Yes, there is a question there in the back.
Hi, my name is Jennifer McTiernan. I'm actually a lawyer at a software company in New Haven, Connecticut in the States. And I wanted to ask a question about Nora saying about the EU being a force to raise awareness and regulation. I can tell you that we finally are getting states on data privacy in the US because of the GDPR. And I was curious if you would build on GDPR or what other kinds of regulations would address some of the things we've already heard about today.
Whom are you addressing the question to, though? To Nora?
Yes, to Nora or Helga.
All right.
Yeah. I'm not a lawyer, I'm a software engineer, but do we, I don't know, do we build on, well, first of all, we are carrying out another experiment last year and this year as well, and we want to basically, we want to sort of raise awareness and the need for regulation in a different area, which is social media manipulation services. And we will also carry out research into data brokers as well, because that needs to be regulated too. So basically, there are services who are legitimate tax-paying companies in countries like Russia and Germany, Social Media Daily, for example. And all their business is selling likes, comments, views, things like that on social media, which doesn't sound bad when you hear it, but it is defrauding the whole ad industry. So, for example, if I want to sell my service online and I engage with an influencer, for example, that seemingly has a lot of followers, but the influencer has bought all their followers and their bot accounts, I'm being defrauded. If I want to put an ad before a YouTube video, I get loads of clicks and views, but in fact it was from a click farm in Philippines, for example. So I am being defrauded. So we're researching this area and this phenomena because we think there needs to be regulation regarding the sole existence of such companies that are defrauding using social media.
We're basically out of time, but I'm going to allow Dr. Miseroli the last few remarks.
I just wanted to pick up on a point that was made earlier on about the limits of state action in this field. To some extent, I think there are limits to what your country can do for you in this field, if I may paraphrase John Kennedy. The first reason, of course, is that most cyber incidents and hybrid campaigns stem from individual errors, individual sloppy behavior online. And that is something that requires education, hygiene, and so on and so forth. But 70% of cyber incidents and hybrid campaigns stem from that. So to some extent, the consumer in us goes against the interest of the citizen in us. And you have to be aware of this, that there are limits to what states can do to regulate this, so whatever the regulatory framework in this GDPR or else. The second reason is that most of the platforms, social media, communication networks are privately owned and privately operated. States do not control the internet. States do not control social media. And I think this is a very important point to keep in mind, and therefore a degree of cooperation with the private sector in creating an environment in which this is possible is essential. There is a case, after what you said about Iceland, it is New Zealand, another island at the opposite end of the world, where after the terrible tragedy of the massacre in Canterbury, in the mosque, the Prime Minister promoted a platform with the Google, Facebook, and Twitter in order to fight hate speech related to religious issues, and they were quite successful in that respect, and they reported back to the Prime Minister about what they were doing in that field. And the third point is that we, as Western states, we do not want really to mirror the behavior of those who want to do us harm. We don't want to do tit for tat against the others. We don't want to restrict our own freedoms, be it the ownership of platforms and media, or be it our own freedom of expression. I think in this respect we have to be aware that there are limits, that is a long game, but we have to work in that direction in order to do better as individuals, as societies, and as governments.
Excellent final words for this first session, and now we have coffee right outside the door. Join me in thanking them all.
Öter. 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 Hallå, öter. Hallå, öter.
Okay, so while we wait for the last few to come in, I just wanted to see again, how many of you have written at least one tweet about the conference now? Wow, it's getting, yeah, but I think we could still do a little bit better. Who here talked to someone outside in the coffee that they didn't know beforehand? Can I see some hands? Oh, wow. It's very often in Iceland when we have these events, you're just talking to the same people. So that's good. Coffee breaks are very good for that. So we are about to start the second panel session. We are slightly behind schedule, as you see, but unfortunately, one of our speakers could not be with us here today. And we're talking a lot about social media, connectivity online, but basically technology failed us. So we will not be getting her her lecture today, but instead we will move straight on to our second speaker, and then we'll have a very good and fruitful panel discussion following that. So, but I am going to get the moderator of the second panel to go over this in more detail. So this session will be focusing on hybrid defense, safeguarding democratic values. And for that, we are in the excellent hands of Sveinn H. Guðmarsson, who is the press officer for the Ministry for Foreign Affairs. So, Sveinn, over to you.
Dear guests, welcome. As a moderator of the next session in this conference on national security and hybrid threats, I must say that there is a sense of urgency in its title, Hybrid Defense, Safeguarding Democratic Values. We are constantly reminded of the dynamic nature of today's environment with constants, or at least what we believe were constants, rapidly changing. Undoubtedly, the unpredictability of our times will feature high in the one opening lecture of this session, as well as in the discussions that will follow. As Jón Gunnar mentioned, unfortunately, Claire Merfold cannot be with us today, but instead, I would like to give the stage to Jürgen Klemm. He is a strategic communication advisor at the Estonian Government Office. And before that, he used to work for the Estonian Ministry of the Interior and as a journalist for several years. And his reporting career includes the Estonian Public Broadcaster and Estonian Business Daily. Jürgen, please give him a round welcome.
So thank you for the opportunity to be here today and speak to you, and especially thank you for the opportunity to wear my Iceland flag lapel pin. I usually get to do it only on the 20th of August. This is my subtle compliment to my audience. This is how you may consider it, or you may consider it as a Googling challenge for those who don't find this topic compelling as I do. So, what I would like to talk about today, firstly, I would like to give you a brief overview of the Estonian Government Office Stratcom team, what it is that we do. After that, I would like to give you one example of a Russian information campaign that we faced lately and to some extent are still facing. And at the very end, I would like to try to draw conclusions to the possible lessons to be learned. For that, I would have to go back to, I would have to go back to the definitions. This is the wrong presentation. Is there another one? It is mine, but it's not the last version of it.
Oh, that's bad.
Anyhow, I would like to go back to the definitions of hybrid threats. In my presentation, I use encyclopedia definitions. That means you can Google it within 5 minutes, you should get the same result or the same explanation what it is.
Do you recognize your? Oh, it's not sure it's what it is.
26th was the date. So we can try with the same PDF file.
Okay.
That should work. So the encyclopedia definition, or Googling definition, or Wikipedia definition of hybrid threats, how you want to put it, is that there are 4 things that the actor needs to do or needs to get through. When we do talk about hybrid threats, we talk about the actor trying to undermine trust in the society or in the democratic institutions. For example, the elections, for example, the judicial system, or the freedom of press. These are the democratic institutions they try to undermine our trust in. Secondly, hybrid threat is when somebody is putting our social values under question. Do we need freedom of press? Do we not discriminate, or maybe just a little bit? Or do we even respect the rule of law? These are the values that are being questioned. And thirdly, they try to gain political or geopolitical influence. This may be a very specific thing, like trying to return or try to change financial sanctions. Or this might be something not so specific, trying to build the image that one country can have an effect on the other country's elections. And fourthly, they try to affect decision-making, whether it is on the individual level, whether it is on the societal level, or whether it is on the political level. So bearing these 4 things in mind, undermining trust in democratic institutions, questioning societal values, gaining political influence, and affecting decision-making. This is where the government office StratComs comes in. Firstly, what is it that we do is situation awareness. This means that hybrid campaigns, to some extent, always include public sphere, public information, that is the media. We have to be aware of what is going on in the media. For that, we have the capability of 24/7 media monitoring, that is the Estonian language media, that is the Russian-speaking media, which means the whole Russian information system, and that also means specific media spheres of specific Western countries that we take interest in. We need to know what is being talked about us to detect if our image is being altered or manipulated or such. And because we are talking about values, we do need to survey public opinion, polling. This is something every government does. We try to put more effort into that, trying to see what office does, what polling, what results do they get, can these different offices, their different surveys, can they match, what do we learn from that? That is necessary to find the weaknesses, the possible weaknesses in the values, and that is also necessary to see from year to year if there have been any changes in the values. Secondly, we try to build resilience. For example, fake news, that's a very specific assignment for us. Media literacy. We have to figure out ways to work towards higher and higher media literacy. Secondly, narratives of history. When somebody says that actually it was Poland who is to blame for the Second World War, we have to think about it. How do we help the historic narratives that the actor tries to push their narrative? How do we do the counterpart? And thirdly, in every situation, the state's message, our message has to get across, that is crisis preparedness. What if crisis comes, how the government communications works in that situation. Now, we come to the Russian information campaign. For this, I have to take you back to the year 2014. This is when Russia attacked eastern parts of Ukraine, annexed eastern parts of Ukraine, Crimea, and we ended up with an occupation. As a response, the European Union put on paper sanctions, financial sanctions. And the person on the left, on the right for you, is Dmitry Kiselov. That person is the director of the Russian media mechanism, the hybrid war mechanism, we can say, because the Russia Today, Russia Сегодня, or Russia Today, or Sputnik, this is the same system. Some of you may recognize it, but I searched online. Iceland does not have a local Sputnik channel. A lot of the countries in Europe do, and a lot of the countries outside Europe do have a Sputnik channel, which tries to look like a news channel, but is very specifically connected to Russian state-controlled media. Dmitry Kiselov was put under sanctions, which means all of his business, he is in charge of Russia Сегодня, the big parent company, and everything that falls under that is under sanctions. Economic transactions are to be frozen within the European Union. So this is what the sanctions are. And as I said, there is a Sputnik channel in Estonia too. The Sputnik case in 2014, this is when we talk about the sanctions being put on paper. 2015, a commercial bank in Estonia, they figured out that they had a bank account connected to Russia Сегодня, the company under control of Dmitry Kiselov, the person under sanctions. That bank account in 2015 was frozen. There was no reaction from the opposing team. Let's take a big step forward. October 2019, another Estonian commercial bank discovers that the local branch of the Russian state media in Estonia, the Sputnik, is getting some funding from a bank account that is getting some funding from another bank account, but eventually it's connected to Russia Сегодня, which is connected to Dmitry Kiselov, the person under sanctions. Those transactions were blocked. No reaction. November 2019, Sputnik is unable to pay the rent for the office because their transactions are frozen. Still no reaction. December, when the government or the state had a say in it, the Financial Intelligence Unit notifies the Sputnik team in Estonia. All of this is because you should be aware that if you work for Sputnik, you work for Russia Сегодня, and that is a problem because Russia Сегодня is controlled by Dmitry Kiselov, who is under the EU sanctions. And that was when they saw an opportunity, because in December, Putin has his annual press conference, the narrative of how the Estonian state is harassing journalists in Estonia. That was a topic in the press conference. There was a very, very specific complaint to the OSCE, the international organization, media representative, a complaint saying that, look at what is going on in Estonia. The state is harassing journalism. There was diplomatic correspondence in between the Christmas and the New Year's, which is a very specific time when the Western cultures, they are on a lower gear, so to say, but the Orthodox culture is not, which means that that was the perfect opportunity to start bombardment of information. So this is the results of that campaign, what we discovered. Up there, there is the tweet by the OSCE media representative under the sign international organization. He refers to that he wrote a letter to the Estonian authorities concerning that and that and that. So they try to reach towards, so to say, allies, organizations that whose picture of us or image of us, we look into that. That is something that is important to us. They reach out to them firstly. We have to clean it up. Secondly, down there, the Russian-speaking media. From the half of December to the end of January, there were 1,400 news pieces about Sputnik Estonia. This is actually enormous. The coverage was thoroughly negative, nothing positive about it, very attacking. The very high-ranking spokespeople, even the president himself. But there was very low social media reach, as far as we can see. That means that this topic was unorganic, so to say. People didn't talk about it, but the media system in Russia wanted to talk about it. And here on the left, what was happening in the West at the same time, considerable news sources, real news sources, less than 10 news pieces about it. and a lot of insignificant sources by the Sputnik network. For example, here we have the Vietnamese Sputnik network talking about the Sputnik in Estonia. So in the Western media, nobody talks about it. In the Russian media, a lot of talk about it. In the Russian social media, nobody talks about it, which means this must be an information campaign. So, what are the results if we go back to, if we go back to the definition of hybrid threats? As I said, there are 4 things. They try to undermine our trust in democratic institutions. They try to question societal values. They try to gain political influence, and they try to affect decision-making. First, can we draw parallels? Trying to undermine trust in democratic institutions. They put forward a narrative about media freedom. They didn't talk about Ukraine. They didn't talk about sanctions. The narrative was about media freedom. This is a value very important to us. We take a lot of pride in Estonia being very high up in the media freedom index. So they shift the focus, they push the narrative. They attacked our trust in democratic institutions and also questioned our values. Secondly, political or geopolitical influence. The idea behind it might have been to question sanctions as such. Look at what this one country is doing with the sanctions. This is absurd. You see, the sanctions are absurd. You shouldn't have sanctions. Again, using this information campaign to reach goals necessary for them. And finally, affect decision-making. The whole information campaign hit, so to say, the weakest time of the year. Everybody's on holidays. From Christmas, it was this, as you could, I know you can't see, this tweet was tweeted like the 21st of December, which means everybody in Brussels is on their holidays. Most people in Estonia are on their holidays, and then this thing starts to roll. They try to affect our decision-making by overwhelming us, trying to put us 2 or 3 or 4 steps behind, making us clean up. But all in all, if I go back to this slide of what it is that we do, how we were resilient in this situation is because of situation awareness. We were capable of detecting this information campaign, seeing the amount of information that is put up by the Russian state media, Russian state-controlled media also in the West, what is happening in the social media, and what is happening in the West. We detected it. The result is we didn't react to it. The result is the EU sanctions are still put and still are being put to use in Estonia and the whole of the European Union. So that's about it.
Thank you again. We'll now move on to the panel discussions. Yeah, please have a seat. And I'm happy to welcome, in addition to Jürgen, 3 distinguished panelists. Elva Gylfadóttir, she is the director of the Icelandic Media Commission, the independent panel. I think the technology is not on our side today. Hello. This is better. Yes, Elva Gylfadóttir is the director of the Icelandic Media Commission, the independent regulator for media in Iceland. Ingólfur Bjarni Sigfússon, he's an investigative journalist for Kveikur, Iceland's national broadcasting service weekly news program. He is here for my colleague from the MFA, Ólaf Hrefna, who unfortunately couldn't be with us today. And finally, Þór Matthíasson, he is co-owner of the marketing and data analysis firm Svartigaldur, but he has also worked in various locations, including a 7-year stretch in China. So please, I would like you all to join us, Þór, Ingólfur, and Elva. You can pick your seats. So welcome to this panel discussion. So just like in the earlier panel, I will start by asking one or two questions, but then I'll give the floor to you. First of all, I would like to, if you could, the three of you, respond both to Jürgen's presentation and lecture, but as well as to the title of this session. Hybrid defense safeguarding democratic values. That is, are our democratic values at risk? Elva, do you want to begin?
Yep. Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. I think one of the very important points that you were mentioning was that hybrid threats, misinformation is undermining trust to to democratic institutions. And I saw this quote in, it was actually, it was a series of articles on fake news in Die Zeit, and loosely translated it would be something like, in English, mistrust is a poison that destroys every society. Using fake news, this poison is injected in small doses. And I think this is an excellent quote that I would like to start with, because we are sitting here in Iceland. We often see ourselves being an island, but we are extremely connected, as has previously been mentioned here. We are that are very recent. There was a New York Times article published, I think, last week, about the misinformation about the coronavirus is actually spreading faster than the virus itself. And of course, we are seeing this happening here in Iceland. I mean, that people are talking about this, that there seems to be some kind of conspiracy behind it, we are not getting all the information, and so forth. And another thing that I think is also very important to mention was that we saw polls recently from last week showing that people who believe that climate change has nothing to do with us humans, that is decreasing a lot. So people don't believe that anymore. So we see that this incredible effort of disinformation when it comes to climate change is also reaching us here in Iceland, and is happening really fast. So these two cases also show that what is happening maybe elsewhere in the United States or in Europe is all coming to us as well. I mean, we speak good English, and all these subgroups are coming up here. So, what we really need to think about here is exactly what you were saying. So when we have mistrust, we haven't really had research in Iceland on how that is spreading. You were mentioning this misinformation coming from Russia. We know that there are troll factories in all the other Nordic countries. We don't know. There is no research about Iceland. So just like has been said here, I think we have to step up here and put this on the same level of importance as Björn was talking about in the other Nordic countries, because if fake news is this poison injected in small doses that is destroying societies, that is extremely, then we are extremely vulnerable in the Nordic countries where we have so much trust, because there is so much to lose then.
Thank you, Elva. Ingólfur, you just on your program Kveikur, you were visited actually Estonia and researching hybrid threats, disinformation amongst them. What were your thoughts about Jürgen's presentation?
Well, I think it was an excellent case in the sense that it's not Nagasaki and Hiroshima. It isn't a big explosion. You can even question if it was an attack. It's sort of in the gray area. It's sort of difficult to pinpoint. It probably was there, But it's also easy to argue that maybe you were overreacting, and I think that is what makes this method both so dangerous and so effective. And I think in many ways, we on this tiny rock in the middle of the ocean are maybe more vulnerable than others, for the simple reason that we think we're out of harm's way. We're sort of far away from everyone, just in terms of distances, but we're so connected. We're more connected than almost any other country in the world. We're all Facebook fanatics. It's so easy to hook us. It's so easy to push a false narrative. I think we're probably getting a live exercise in that right now because of COVID-19. There's an incredible amount of just mind-blowingly stupid stuff online. But if you're scared, you might be willing to at least entertain the possibility that there was some truth to it. Are they telling me everything? Is there a gap there that somehow I can't explain? It's so unusual for us to think of us as being attacked by anything, really. Defense is almost a dirty word in Iceland because it has to do with military, and we don't like militaries. And we're a close-knit society where, as Elva mentioned, trust is a significant part of just making daily life function. And if that can be eroded, it takes a long time to repair. And I think because we're so, you could say naive, I think it's so easy to inflict a lot of harm and a lot of damage, and it doesn't have to be, it doesn't have to be Russia. It can just be we know a lot of the fake news in the US was from teenagers in, what was it, Moldova or something, because they were just getting clicks. That can have the same impact, even, it's not hybrid warfare, but it has the same impact. Or it can be a local party that has particular interests to push. And I think it's very dangerous for us to not be aware and not take this seriously, because this is a weapon that is being used to target the things that we hold in our palm for a large portion of our day. And I think we are not paying attention to it as of yet.
So for someone who comes from the field of marketing and data analysis, what thoughts did Jürgen's speech give you, and just the topic in general? How do you want to respond?
Can I move just a little bit? So, well, maybe I won't go exactly into my thoughts on Jürgen's. Maybe I'll go a little bit later into that. But I want to just address a little bit when it comes to these big mega giants like Facebook and Google. And my question, I want to kind of answer also, can they be weaponized? And I think we all know the answer to that, right? But my answer is they can be weaponized, and they have been weaponized. Now, election is a good example. I think it's probably one of the best examples in this case. What happened in 2016 in America was obviously, where a foreign state basically used, to sow discord among the populace, right? That's what happened, at least from all the research that we could see. And if I paraphrase Sun Tzu from The Art of War, if you are 10-1 of the enemy's forces, you should circle them. If you're 5-1, you should attack. If you're double the forces, you should divide, right? And that's what we saw. They are so advanced, this foreign state, compared to America when it comes to cyber warfare, that they divided and they conquered. That's at least my thought on that issue. And I want to give you an example how that happened. When we look at Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, these three states were predominantly blue, meaning Democratic, right? So everyone just expected that these states would would vote for Hillary. What happened was that these foreign agents, they basically used this discord, amongst societal groups and people. And what happened is that on election day, basically all these three states became red. They all basically voted for Trump, but within 1% margin. That's because they used a lot of advanced tactics to try to dissuade people to vote for Hillary, the ones that actually had decided to vote for Hillary. But then, I meant undecided, to dissuade them from voting for Hillary. And then they also got, also some of the people that were deciding, trying to decide not to show up at the polling stations to vote, right? So what happened is that huge portion of the people that would have chosen Hillary actually voted for an independent party. And then, allegedly, Trump won 3 states. If this wouldn't have happened, or basically this would have been prevented, Hillary might be in office, right? So, that's just crazy, right? So the idea is, if I can now think of a couple of ways with enough money and backing and with enough psychographic analysis and targeting, achieve similar results, what do you think a foreign state with 1,000 people in a cellar somewhere out there can achieve in 1 year? That's basically my 5 cents, at least on this subject.
Thank you. Jürgen, just back to your lecture and what we've been discussing earlier. Fortunately, fake news and disinformation does not seem to be, it's not very obvious, at least in Icelandic discourse. Every so often, our diplomatic missions abroad need to issue a Facebook post saying that Iceland is not paying foreign men to come to Iceland. That is fake news vitally being circulated, but apart from that, we don't see very much. But then again, like both Ingólfur and Elva pointed out, that maybe it's more subtle, and we are seeing this perhaps now with the COVID-19. Estonian response seems, as you so well described, seems to be very thorough monitoring of the situation. But can you elaborate a little bit on what to do? How do you respond, or do you respond?
So when it comes to this specific example, again, the hybrid mechanism is going under the radar, creating a lot of chaos, creating the image of something is out of order, something desperately needs to be done in this direction or other direction. So in this specific example, after you, as you mentioned, the gray areas, you can put computers, you can put machines reading those articles. You can search for keywords. You can get rid of those gray areas with the machine, with the help of the machine. And the input you get from the machine helps you to decide this is not a situation, this is not a real situation, this is a fabrication. So in this sense, again, we luckily have a lot of experience because a small country as Iceland, some tend to say that there's not enough competition in the business sector. But a small country, Estonia, we have a lot of competition in the state sector. We have a very big competitor. So the experience built with years has enabled to learn the patterns and exactly given the confidence of, at one point, when you see an information campaign, what is expected is to react, so you could use the reaction as a follow-up to the same campaign and build something on that. So that comes from experience, I would say, that at some point it is not necessary to run behind an information campaign, but that, again, as I said, that comes from experience and analysis.
Elva, I had a very brief analysis of myself about the situation in Iceland, but what is your take on that? I mean, how is the situation in this regard here? I mean, are we doing enough, or are we slightly asleep?
No, we are certainly not asleep. We wouldn't be here if we were asleep. I think that we could probably draw from much of this research and analysis that has been done elsewhere, and what I also think is very important is that we need to understand which government institutions should be involved in fighting this, and there needs to be. We need to pinpoint what they should do, what kind of research, and how the cooperation should be. And I think also there needs to be someone who is coordinating all of that. Having said this, of course, hybrid threats is, it involves so many things. So that's why it's very difficult to say, you know, we should always be using this model. So depending on what we are working on, so if it's prior to election, of course, there are these institutions and this needs to be done and so forth. So I think that this is the kind of analysis that needs to be in place, and there I think we can learn a lot from our neighbors in the Nordics and also from Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, because you have of course been working on this for a very long time.
Ingólfur, for someone who is working in the media, I mean, that is this must be getting a lot more complex environment that you're operating in than only a few years ago. You are sometimes under attack yourself, but at the same time you need to be on the offensive. Right. How do you deal with this environment?
Well, it's interesting. When I started in journalism, and that was in another century, we didn't see it as our job as to correct the errors that others were making. You know, if some paper or another broadcaster made an error, it was theirs to clean up. Now we are discussing, and other media have launched platforms or sub-platforms to correct errors, fake news, whatever, whether it's reported by other media, spread on social media, or via whichever platform it may be on. Instant messaging apps are really, really popular in this sense, and it's really difficult to detect what is being shared via WhatsApp or what have you. So that's definitely something new. I think in the media we are perhaps used to dealing with, let's not call it fake news, but spin, a distant cousin. Somebody pushing a narrative based on their interest, be it a lobby group or whoever, and we're used to sort of checking those things out and trying to make sure that we get the facts straight. What we get now is that these interests can bypass us. We're not the gatekeepers of truth or what have you anymore. You can just find or micro-target your audience and push whatever narrative towards them, be it people over the age of 60 in the northwest of Iceland, or you know, and then they come back at us screaming bloody murder because we're obviously not reporting what's being pushed at them, hence we must be making errors. It seems to me from the reaction that actually people over 55, 60 are less used to having to discern if the source of information that they're using is credible or not than the younger generation. Kids are used to looking at stuff and saying, probably not. I don't, you know, this is a fake URL or whatever, whereas the older generation sees something online, it must be just as true and correct as anything else they see online. So those are a couple of different challenges. But just it's interesting because we're talking about Estonia, and I visited both Estonia and Finland to check these things out, among other things. And it was interesting to see, we think of them as being a considerably larger country than ourselves, and geographically next door to Russia, which is historically a threat to both. But they're tiny countries, just as we are. And even if they're, you know, geographically next to Russia, digitally they're about as close or far away as we are. And there are other actors than Russia that might be there. So it was interesting and enlightening, in some ways a bit frightening to see how much effort they were putting into being prepared, to tackling this, to educating the public, to teaching kids in school how to detect what's fake and what's not. Teaching people media literacy, you know, and we weren't doing anything. It's a little disconcerting to see that we're still in this mindset of, you know, we're far away, nobody wants to do us any harm, it's okay. And then we'll just rätta it.
Thor, I want to follow a little bit up on what Ingólfur was saying about how the media can be bypassed now, and of course the social media are so important in that regard. They make it possible. So I want to ask you, and because you talked about earlier weaponizing Facebook, weaponizing YouTube, about the impact on society such as Iceland that these social media giants can have. where hybrid threats can be and may be enacted by foreign agents. Can you elaborate on that?
Right. Yeah, I mean, okay, I don't know if I should say this, and that's not maybe a foreign agent, but I would say a domestic one, but I felt like the whole discussion around, and just for the Icelanders would maybe understand this, orkupakki through, I felt like the misinformation all over the place was just like almost strategic sometimes, right? So we see this domestically, I feel like today, and and we can monitor these discussions when someone mentions something online. We can see it in graphs and time series, and when a certain politician talks, we can see it explodes in terms of people talking all the time about these things. So you can see like, okay, this one has this much power in terms of digital currency, right? So we like just observing these little things, you can notice a lot of things in terms of like how it can impact societies if they're used maliciously, right? But the question also remains, and that's something I would like to maybe answer as well, like what can we do about all these threats, right? And I'm just like trying to bring out my own opinion from at least my experience in these realms, right? And the idea is, and this is something maybe everyone's getting tired of hearing, but I've heard it many times a day, and that's critical thinking. Critical thinking is key here, right? If I would have my way, I would probably introduce philosophy at a much earlier age in school, but that can also be media literacy, critical thinking, these things like and combined. It's just we need to adapt, I feel, into these new times. Technology is advancing so fast, changing, and what happens, at least in my opinion, is these foreign agents, if you would, they are always 3 steps ahead, right? So we have to just be prepared in terms of like looking at things and being critical about them. Now, I mean, if I just like throw out one more thing about that, it's like if you see a post on Facebook, for example, who is like, and so it's like a link to an article. Who's the author of the article? What are they writing about? Why are they writing about this? Who's the organization behind the company that this article is coming from? Just like try to second guess these things rather than going to the dinner table and talking to your family or friends and making that as a holy grail or holy truth about like, no, I saw it and you're citing that real truth, right? That's at least my concern. But this is a long-term solution, right? We can obviously mitigate, but it's a long-term. My idea is if I would have to be a little bit more imminent in things, I would have to say every second you spend on these social media platforms, and I'm just going to name drop Facebook here, is a second paid to the platform. Every time you're on there engaging, the more you engage, the more you're actually just paying them. And that's something that most people just don't seem to realize, or they realize and they don't care. But that's what happens, is that the more you engage with the platform, the more they'll start understanding who you are, what are your dreams, what are your interests, how do you function in society, and they'll start getting a lot of answers that you haven't even given up, like how is your political viewpoints, what do you like, what's your favorite song, etc., etc. And this will basically put you into different groups, subgroups, hybrid groups, which will help foreign agents to basically tap into these subgroups or hybrid groups, and hopefully for them, if they want to dissuade or persuade you to actually change your mind in a certain context. So that's my point.
This is always such a chilling description, and it's not some kind of this topic, but something that's actually happening now. Elva, you want to respond to this before we give the floor to the audience?
Yes, thank you very much. I think that we probably also need just to talk a little bit about, I'm not going to say future technology because it's already there, but deepfakes have already been mentioned, and this is something that we have actually discussed among ourselves, the media authorities in Europe, because most of them have are regulators for media, especially in this this period before elections. And so one of the things that we have been talking about is, what happens if a deep fake of a politician, for example, goes out 48 hours before election. In many states in Europe, you even have like a dark period, so the media isn't even allowed to say anything. So we are also in this situation that we have maybe old-fashioned law, a lot of law, of course, on traditional media, almost nothing on social media, but that's where everything is happening. And if the law is outdated, it can even be harmful, because the media that has the trust can't even come and step in and try to give people the right information on such critical time period as just prior to election.
And now we have time for a few questions from the audience. I'm sure you have some questions for this excellent panelist here. So please raise your hands if you're interested in asking. I don't think we have exhausted this subject. Svana, please.
My name is... No? Hello. Yeah, my name is Svana Helen Björnsdóttir. I was thinking about the democratic values. Where does the democracy come from? We seem to have in Iceland younger generations that are not so interested in democracy anymore. And we see that in the participation when we have elections. So how can we educate people more, younger people? Because the younger generation, they have their own agenda, and it's sustainability, making the world better in a slightly different way, being vegan, and so on. So I would very much like to hear your thoughts, how to approach the younger generations in their, on their subjects.
Elva, do you want to start?
I can try. I think we are tapping into the most difficult group to reach at the moment. We're talking about the YouTube generation, which doesn't necessarily watch the public service broadcaster, which by remit in very many countries should be educating about democracy and why it's important to vote and so forth. I think we're always going back to the media literacy and critical thinking and how incredibly important it is to start educating our children, our youth, and also adults, and I would also say senior citizens, because the spreading of fake news, people over 60, I think it's like seven times more in that generation or in that age group than people in the youngest age group. So that is something that we really need to do. I think we are not doing enough in Iceland. We need to have a media literacy policy. And we need to also partner with different organizations, NGOs, what have you, to reach these groups that we need to target in this way.
I'd like to ask Jürgen, how is it in Estonia? I don't think it is a specifically Icelandic thing that there's a low turnout amongst young people in election. But do you have any experience from Estonia that you could share with us, and how to enlighten, how to encourage critical thinking and respect for democracy?
So how I deconstruct this problem from another angle is that the younger generations, their mental and physical territory is not only the country, it's the whole world, it's the globe. When you think about your territory, your problems in your territory, this is what they think about. I've read this paper. I can't remember the names, but one of the ideas was that what I personally have seen is that when you try to put younger people into voluntary work within their own society, they take ownership of their society. They say, in a sense, in their own mind, this is my territory. So that in a sense, the closeness that the younger generation feel with their own state, their own territory, so to say, that's one way to work towards it. When it comes to media literacy, I think everybody every society is in a sense on the same page. Again, what I would do differently is that I would try to trust the younger generation a bit more. They are not as they are more capable online than we think they are. A very good example, my own sister, when she was in her early teenage years, she taught me how to spot Facebook ads on Facebook. The really simple thing was that when you draw the cursor, the arrow across it, and it turns into this finger on the picture, it's usually an ad. When it turns into a finger on the text, it's an article. So for her, that was something intuitive. I had never thought about it. So what I would say is that our age gap is 12 years, but the difference in skills is the same amount of difference than it's the same gap that I have between me and my mother, which is a lot bigger of a gap. So to some extent, we have to trust their intuition, because they are being born into this Industrial Revolution number 4, was it? So
we have time for one question more from the audience. Another question, that is. Yes, there's a lady there in the back.
Hello, my name is Brunhildur. I was very interested to hear that I'd heard about that Finland had started teaching media literacy and democracy from a very early age, and I was very happy to hear that Estonia had also started doing so. And I was wondering, Jürgen, if you could describe how this education is done in Estonia. How old are the kids when you start teaching it? Do you have like a specific curriculum? Does it go up to high school? So like how are you doing this?
Well, to be specific, it's still in the early days of what we want it to be. Right now, newspapers and news, these tend to be they tend to fall under the lessons of the mother tongue or the language lessons. And in the curricula, I think it's 2 times that is touched this topic, from grade 1 to grade 12. The idea is to just get more and more of that. And not only when it comes to the mother tongue lessons or the Estonian language lessons, the same topic is in other lessons also. So that is in the educational system, of course, these topics that are being covered at the same time in different subjects, these tend to stick better. So there could be a lot more done towards that. But again, that's the first audience you have to reach is teachers. And there's a lot of teachers. They have their own necessities. So it is a complicated problem, but there is always one way or another a possibility to get the solution.
Perhaps I can add a little bit, because I also did while I was in Finland. You know, we always multitask. I did a story about the Finnish school system. And that's actually where I learned about what they're doing in terms of media literacy, which was fairly basic, which was present kids with what's happening, instigate a discussion, and ask them, what is that based on? You know, an assumption, an article, what's the source? It's sort of a no-brainer when you think about it. You could call it critical thinking, you know. There's an assumption, there's a claim, there is a story. What is the source of that story? What is it based on? Where does it come from? Either find out what the media that is pushing the narrative is, find out if you can find another story about the same element somewhere else, or try to find the source of the assumption, be it research or whatever. And by learning how to use the internet, an infinite resource of good things also, they were teaching kids how you could actually just Google your way to finding if things make sense or not. It's sort of, if it stinks, there might be a reason.
A very simple example, I think that was a year ago or maybe 2 that we had this social campaign. The hashtag was, how do you know that? It's a very simple thing, and in a sense it went viral within the younger generation. They had the sticker on the Facebook image and the hashtag, and this became a thing of youth slang. How do you know that? The question. So there are always you have to also use the creative ways to approach the situation.
Thank you. A lot of food of thought there. Thank you also very much. We had a little bit of a difficult start to begin with, technology-wise speaking, but
we were obviously hacked.
Yeah, excellent. But we had both engaging and very enjoyable discussions here. Thank you, Jürgen, Ingólfur, Elva, and Thor.
Yes, I would just like to echo what Sveinn was saying. Thank you to the panel for a very, very interesting discussion. We clearly have lots to discuss concerning these topics, so I'm sure this will not be the final setting for that. Now we're moving on to the third and final session today, and I'm going to keep this very brief. This is on the importance of fostering resilience, and the moderator of this event will be Svana Helen Björnsdóttir, the president of the Association of Chartered Engineers in Iceland. Then following this, we will have very short closing remarks, and then we will have a drinks reception afterwards. So now on to the third session. Over to you, Svana.
So you all know the concept of today. We'll have 2 opening lectures and then the panel discussion. And the first opening lecture in this session we received from Flemming Spidsbold Hansen. Flemming Spidsbold Hansen is a senior researcher at the Danish Institute for International Studies. Part of his research focuses on cross-domain threats and resilience. He is currently working on studies of the thinking in Russia about information operations. He was previously with different universities in Denmark and abroad, the Danish military and OSCE, the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. Please give Flemming a warm welcome.
Should be here in a minute.
Are we still being hacked?
I think so.
So thank you for that, and thank you for the invitation to join you today and share a few perspectives, partly from Denmark, partly more general, on the importance of fostering resilience. Now, as we've already learned, these are very complex threats, and it's a very complex time that we live in. And the answer, unfortunately, I suspect will also be quite complex, but we'll have an opportunity to discuss that. So I will be speaking briefly, my 10 minutes, on the topic of resilience in a time of weaponization. Now, you've already heard about some of these issues, some of these concepts. So we speak about resilience. No one has really clearly defined it yet. I will attempt one definition. It was not actually mine, but I brought a definition. And then weaponization also. And these are great terms. They're also difficult terms. They are difficult to deal with, and they're also quite difficult when we need to implement them. But perhaps we can say a few words about that. And thank you also for the introduction and for highlighting some of the work that I do. And I do right now quite a lot of work on information operations, so you should see disinformation, as we just talked about, as part of information operations. I suspect actually that what we will see will be still more advanced information operations, and it will make it still more difficult for us to detect, but also to deal with these operations in the future. But this is also something which is worth discussing later, perhaps. Now, in a lot of the work that I do right now, I focus on 3 domains. It's a physical domain, it's a digital domain, and it's a cognitive domain. Now, I speak of the digital domain. You probably know it more often as a cyber domain. I like to use the term digital domain because it reminds us that this is where we have our critical digital infrastructure. And we already learned some about this today, and the way that we may be hacked, for instance, the way that some of the systems that we rely on, for instance, for payments, may be compromised. That's all within that. Then we have the cognitive domain, which is where the thinking takes part. And the cognitive domain is the aim of the disinformation campaigns that we heard about information operations and so on, how to influence people to vote in a particular way, for instance. And a lot of the work that I do right now, a lot of the work which I suspect some of you will find particularly interesting right now, is the relationship between digital and cognitive domains. And the way that I often describe it is a kind of big bang within those two domains. So we have a big bang within the digital domain, the cyber domain, new technologies I've already discussed. Nora, for instance, talked about artificial intelligence. And the way that actors may use new technology to collect still more information, to process still more information, and to use still more information in a still more advanced way to influence voters to behave in a particular way. And there's also a kind of big bang within the cognitive domain. It's much less so, and it's less dramatic, but it's there. And we know, for instance, today still more, we know much more today about how to influence people to behave in a particular way than we did just a couple of decades ago. So there's been an explosion also in studies within psychology, for instance, on behavior, in particular on suboptimal behavior, how to make people make stupid decisions. And we can use new technologies to arrive at that and to use that. So I encourage us to think about these three domains: a physical domain, a digital domain, and a cognitive domain. And now I have an example, an attempt to define the weaponization that we just talked about. Weaponization is a great term. I really, really like it because it reminds us of the fact that certain assets may be used to achieve certain objectives, and that actors will think instrumentally about how may I use this particular asset to achieve what it is that I want to achieve. It's also very problematic because everything today is being weaponized. And so it loses part of its sort of its contents. But you get a sense of it here. Here's an example. Now, Antonio earlier talked about the kinetic threshold. And we often think of weaponization as the instrumental use of non-kinetic assets. So these are the assets that you will find within the digital domain and within the cognitive domain. For instance, how to use social media to achieve certain purposes, as we just learned about in the previous session. How to weaponize social media, for instance. How to weaponize the digital critical infrastructure in order to impose damages on an adversary or whatever. But weaponization, of course, may also happen within the physical domain. And here's an example. It's a very recent example. It may be premature because, as I understand it, we don't quite know what happened in Germany just the other day. But this is an example of the weaponization of something which is quite ordinary. It's something that we see every day. It's in the street. Most of us have an asset like this, and it may be turned into a weapon, which means that it's weaponized. So we need to think about weaponization also and resilience within all three domains. So assets may be weaponized within all three domains, and when we think about resilience, how to deal with these threats, we need to think about cross-domain resilience also. We need to think about resilience within all three domains. And special attention now, I talked about this interplay between digital and cognitive domains. We're particularly interested in this. And most of the discussion that we had today, in fact, most of the discussion when I attend meetings on hybrid threats, usually starts out being fairly broad. We speak about almost everything, and then it boils down to a discussion of disinformation because this is something that we can handle. It's very difficult for us to deal with all three domains, with all the threats that emanate from all these three domains, and how to deal with resilience within all three domains. And usually we like to focus on disinformation, which is also great. This is also what I do. But we need to keep in mind, I think, that it's far more ambitious, it's broader, and it's much more challenging and essentially more difficult. Now, the whole session that we have today is on hybrid threats. And hybrid threat is also a great term. It's also a very problematic term. And as the Prime Minister mentioned in her brief welcome this morning, this early afternoon, there is a risk, of course, that it becomes quite fuzzy, that we lose a sense of what it is. And some of the examples that we heard today, I believe, are already on the periphery of what could be considered hybrid threats. So if you take a look, if you go back tonight and you review some of the things that has been said today, you will understand, of course, that the hybrid toolbox really contains quite a lot. And some of the examples that we've heard today, I suspect sort of on the periphery, but still, it gives us a very clear understanding still of the way that actors may think about this. So one of the problems is that it's nearly all-encompassing. Almost every type of threat that we can think of could be considered a hybrid threat, at least in combination with something else. But the response also has to be really broad, because what we're looking at is something which is really broad. And as I said, here's an example of resilience. This is from the EU Commission. It speaks about adaptability, so states under pressure, societies under pressure, and the ability to build, to maintain, or restore core functions, basic social and political cohesion. And some of the previous speakers, of course, talked about social cohesion, which is really important, which brings us back to the cognitive domain, how to deal with this and how to install in people a kind of understanding of what it means to be like Icelanders, for instance, or the concept of democracy and the value of democracy and freedom of speech and so on. So resilience threats may be within all three domains. Resilience has to be within all three domains, but a lot of it, of course, focuses on the cognitive domain and the political thinking, the cohesiveness that you will find within societies. Now, if we accept that this is so, this is a very complex threat. It spans very broad sort of area. It's from the physical over the digital to the cognitive domain. We need to focus on resilience within all three domains. Then we also need to accept that there are difficult questions to answer. And I'll just raise a few of these for further discussion, perhaps for you to consider. How do we prioritize? So if we have three domains and we're looking at threats within all three domains, how do we deal with this? How do we deal with limited spending? So some of the challenges that we have, what to prioritize, where to put our money. We are familiar, for instance, with anti-terrorism resilience that has been put in place. Most of us, all of us probably, as we travel to the university today, were confronted with counter-terrorism resilience measures. Even if we didn't see them, we didn't recognize them, but they are in place, especially for those of us who came from abroad. Absolutely, they are in place. It takes a lot of money and it drains some of the resources. To what extent should restrictions be imposed? This applies, for instance, to free movement. It applies also, for instance, to freedom of speech, some of the problems that we already discussed earlier today. Denmark, for instance, my own state, found a need to revise its anti-espionage legislation in view of possible cooperation between people in Denmark and news outlets that are controlled by foreign states. And it was very controversial, but it was seen as a need for us to update the anti-espionage legislation in light of developments within the social media. So very problematic, absolutely, but so a majority of parliamentarians believe, also absolutely necessary. What about surveillance? Now, we all enjoy surveillance, but we're also very critical of surveillance. And some of the surveillance, of course, will be online. So where do we draw the line between what is acceptable for security services to monitor and to store and to analyze, and to what extent should we have freedom of speech? And this is a discussion that is also ongoing in my own state. Big question also, public and private responsibilities. How do we divide that? Whose responsibility is this? I remember doing a presentation with the director of the Danish Center for Cybersecurity, who was mentioned just before, and it falls under the Danish Defense Intelligence Service. And he's giving, I was speaking about domains, and he was speaking about how to protect yourself within the digital domain. And these were representatives from big businesses, from industries in Denmark. And there was a clear expectation that when something happens, and I guess we can call you. And he said, no, you're not calling me because I cannot deal with this. You have to go to the private sector. They have to take care of this for you. So, but where do we draw the line? How do we ensure this cooperation? And then, of course, how do we manage tenders, mergers, acquisitions? I was in the Faroe Islands just last week, and they're still very concerned about Huawei and G5. Because the new network, because the Danish government said you cannot go to Huawei. And they said, well, where do we need to go? And why can't we go to Huawei? And who will compensate us for the losses? So these are really big and very difficult questions. On a more positive note, perhaps, this is counterterrorism measures put in place at the Danish local festival. And it gives you, of course, an idea of just how broad this is, because when you get together a number of people for a local festival, you need to have a counterterrorism strategy, like a contingency plan, a preparedness plan. And these people thought, well, what do we do? Because we don't really know how to deal with this. And they found these old tractors. And these, of course, are counterterrorism obstacles that are put in place. So it's a difficult challenge, but I'm sure if we think creatively and intuitively, we can also deal with it. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Fleming, for a very interesting presentation. You can sit here in the chair or downstairs. Yeah, okay, very good. Our next speaker is Kirsti Naarinen. Ambassador Kirsti Naarinen is a Finnish diplomat who, after completing her assignment as the Finnish ambassador to Estonia, joined the Hybrid Center of Excellence as Director for International Relations in September 2018. She has, during her long MFA career in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Finland, served in the Soviet Union and Russia, in Estonia, also in the 1990s, and in Slovenia. The home-based duties have varied from EU energy and justice, home affairs, coordination to arms control and human resources in the founding team for creating occupational well-being function to the MFA. Kirsti has a lawyer's degree from the University of Turku in Finland. She is married and has 2 adult children. Kirsti describes teamwork, high-quality leadership, and strategic planning being vital for progress and success. They result in productive operations and good working spirit. These are also basic Nordic values. And let's welcome Kirsti.
Dear friends, thank you very much, first of all, for the invitation. You probably don't believe this, but white color and snow for somebody coming from Helsinki is a great and wonderful, pleasant surprise. There has been no snow in Helsinki this year, and that has been terrible. It's particularly good to be in Reykjavik. I've never been to Iceland before. And hopefully Iceland will soon also be the participating state of the Hybrid Center of Excellence, because that would make the concept of NB8 complete. NB8 is one of my favorite concepts. Before I go to the slides, I'd like to just tell you that I've been now navigating in this hybrid world for a year and a half, almost 2 years, and I must say that today's event has been one of the highest quality events that I have attended, so thank you so much for the organizers of that. And I think that the point here is that it's been the National Security Council, university, many actors building this, because usually it is, if you have the MOD event, it tends to be an MOD bent, or MFA, etc. So now when you have multiple actors, you get several angles. I'd like to start by looking at this 1-0 world. I think this is something that we grew up with during the Cold War. This was the conceptual world that we had. War, peace, fact, fiction, private, public, military, civil, internal, external, friends, enemies. All that was clear divisions, but this structure is changing. It's kind of blurring on the edges, and it's even fading away on the further edges. And our task now is to make at least a part of the 0-1 world stay, fact, fiction, etc. So this is what this is all about. On the other hand, this is something that we had to comply and mitigate with, the blurring, I mean. So, the hybrid threats have been described here already multiple times today, but I would just like to maybe just to make sure, or to wrap up how the Center of Excellence sees it. We have the 3 elements that they comprise of. First of all, it's a synchronized and coordinated action, not always particularly coordinated or synchronized in the sense that it's not as strategic always. It can also take advantage of an opportunity offered by, for instance, a natural disaster or your own political processes. Like in the logo of the center, if you're a visual person like I am, you would like to probably see that. You connect the red dots, the negative malign actions, into one entity. And those can be several activities within one country of different character, or they can be similar elements cross-border, or both. And joining them makes this concerted action hybrid. And blurring the binary world, exploiting the thresholds, both detection and attribution, which was also mentioned here several times, and then targeting the decision-making, which was also mentioned here. So I'm luckily not saying something that was not said before. And we risk making the wrong decisions if we don't see what is happening, because that's going to benefit the strategic aims of the adversary, which are always contextual. This was also mentioned here earlier, because one operation in one country is not necessarily that in another one. Even if you analyze the NB8 or even the N5, you find differences in the context. For instance, political history, economy, political system, etc. Value base, however, is the same. So it's actually not at all difficult. Quite simple and clear, actually, if you structure the way that we are trying to do. But today's theme is resilience. So what does it mean to be resilient? Is it about resilient to endure or resilient to deter? For instance, Sputnik opened an office in Finland and Sweden, but closed quite quickly because there was no market base for that. Or perhaps resilient to revive. This was also described earlier. So we have to also think that what does it mean what does resilience mean? So in the hybrid center of excellence structure, in our structure, resilience is connected with vulnerabilities. In the format of one community of interest is working with vulnerabilities and resilience. And here you see the collection of the elements which have also been mentioned, some of them today, but I'd like to look at them as in a big picture, bigger picture, because these are the building blocks of the society, our freedoms and obligations and the values, but also interests. It's not only a value, it's also an interest, in our interest to have the freedom of speech or the freedom of expression. Things that we are in our Nordic family have, and making us the most resilient states in the world. And these are the strongholds of resilience. And then if you turn the logic around, deficiencies in these elements might become a vulnerability. And this we can be absolutely certain that the adversaries, the opponents, are mapping our societies as we speak, and they are already finding the vulnerabilities or the weak spots in these, and they're covertly sneaking into our societies through those vulnerable gates. And if we don't see them, we need to listen to the squeaking doors through which they are entering. We have to smell and we have to feel, and we also have to remember that they are very quick in learning to oil the hinges so that even if we hear them now, we might not hear them in a while. To use all the senses we have, and this requires a better understanding of the theme, the awareness raising, which was mentioned earlier, better understanding of downstreams of our own societies, and more slow thinking. Critical thinking was mentioned. I use the same thing on slow thinking, which is based on facts and analysis, not on emotions or conspiracy theories. And we need international cooperation. We need international cooperation, communication and trust to identify the activities and the platforms where we can discuss and share them. We need to look far and act near. Now we have somehow realized that we need new skills and new attitudes and visions, and we're admiring the problem, so to say, which is quite often done. But building resilience nor any other defensive action is not the duty of one or even few. The hybrid threat means joining efforts and dots, but it also means that the response needs to be the same. And it requires strategic thinking, political will, to be intellectually honest, even if it's politically difficult. So whole of government action is relatively widely accepted in the European security debate, but we actually need more. We need the civil society and the private sector to play along the whole of society action. Critical infrastructure, for instance, is handled by private companies, yet providing public service. So critical infrastructure, resilience there also means interoperability. We did a research on this. We need to look at it from the user's perspective. We sometimes look at it from the service provider's perspective. In case of a power cut, hospitals have generators. They can provide electricity, but the water supply system, if that's also out, not much you can do in a hospital which has electricity but no water. And if citizens are feeling safe, then the trust to state structures is strong. This is what we need. And the adversary desires us that trust should erode. So every citizen is needed to enhance resilience. Everybody is responsible. Strong passwords, check the information and facts from several sources, so many times mentioned today. Think slowly, because even every car crash is actually often caused by the brain between the seat and the wheel. And the human mind is actually probably the sixth domain, which was described earlier in this cognitive thinking. Think slowly. Then it's also about the well-structured strategic communication of the authorities themselves, because we need to tell our narratives before somebody else does that. This is the Estonian example. And there's one thing in the Nordic system which is particularly resilient, and that's the low organizational hierarchy. As hybrid operations are usually abnormalities in the society, they are often detected actually on the grassroots level. If reporting upwards functions well, the detection leads to action well before, or a lot faster than in systems that require more formalities. In the rule of law system is one element of resilience. We need to have laws and law enforcement, both. That applies the existing legislation also in changing circumstances. But we also have to have the will to pass new laws where the viewpoint regulation might be unforeseeable, even weird, because legal resilience must breathe with the pulse of the surrounding. Then just a few words on the Hybrid Center of Excellence. Obviously, I have to include them. It has been there for almost, or actually only for 3 years, and has actually achieved quite a visible position, brand, and agenda in the European transatlantic security landscape. These are the 27 participating states. They all are EU and/or NATO members, and EU and NATO offer us the platforms to discuss and identify, take action, counter the threats. And we are a do tank, actually, not a think tank, by bringing experts, and in particular cross-institutional experts, to discuss and teach and learn together. In other words, if you bring military together with the military to talk military, the most likely you get is military. And the same applies to lawyers, politicians, business, finance, etc., media also. But when we bring experts together from various sectors, various formats, we most likely get out something which is new and useful. We want to be the leading conversation handler for which we have a fair chance, as we don't have our own agenda. We don't have political constraints. We can say things which is politically incorrect, and we have no obligation of consensus. To conclude, we need to be aware of the risks. We have the tools to identify our existing approaching vulnerabilities, build resilience, only if we exercise slow thinking and intellectually honest analysis. For this, we also need to realize that this is the time to act. We need each other to do this, and the international community, NB8, partners, allies, are thinking about the same challenges. Not all draw the same conclusions, but most of them do. Because our opponents want us to think that we need them to solve our problems. Actually, we are quite capable of handling them ourselves, but not alone. And with friends, it's a lot more fun. Thank you.
We will now start our panel discussion. But first, thank you, Kirsti, for your very, stimulating presentation. Now 3 more people will be joining us. Bergur Ebbi Benediktsson. Bergur Ebbi is an Icelandic speaker and author of the books Room Temperature, published in 2017, and Screenshot, published last year, 2019. In addition to books, he has written, performed, and produced work for stage, radio, and television. Bergur Ebbi, originally a lawyer, also holds a degree in future studies and gives talks and produces works of strategy and futures thinking. His main themes are the influence of technology on individual and collective identity, fashion, zeitgeist, and popular culture. Bergur Ebbi. Yeah, please. Also joining us is Hrefna Sigurjónsdóttir. Hrefna is the director of Home and School, a national parent association in Iceland, which is a non-governmental organization. This organization works in close relation with other stakeholders in strengthening the cooperation between homes and schools, striving for good education and advocating for well-being of children. Home and School manages the Safer Internet Center in Iceland called SAFT and is responsible for raising awareness on the subject. Hrefna holds an MA degree in International Relations, teaching qualifications at primary and secondary school level, and a BA degree in psychology. Before joining Home and School, she worked as a journalist and a teacher. Please welcome Hrefna. And we also invite Hákon Åkerlund. Hákon has been working in the IT security area for over 20 years, and thereof 12 years at Landsbankinn, where his main responsibility is handling cybersecurity threats. The cyber defense is a challenging task, as threats are constantly changing, and thereby it's important to adapt to new scenarios. With the removal of currency restrictions in Iceland, there has been a huge increase of financial cyber threats, targeting both people and organizations. On behalf of Landsbankinn, Hákon has given numerous lectures at the base of corporate clients and given media interviews. He has also been a speaker at conferences, both domestically and abroad. At such events, he demonstrates the recent developments in Iceland and the importance of informing others to be able to adapt. Hákon, we welcome you. Do you all feel comfortable? Yeah, you can have a glass of water. Yes. The idea is that I will now give you 2 minutes to respond or give your input to the audience. Please, Bergur Ebbi.
Thank you very much. It's a real honor to be here, and thank you for your opening statements. Very informative and inspiring. I think we have a very interesting subject here, which is resilience. Resilience can be interpreted in many ways, but I think the main challenge is that social media and maybe IT culture in general has a value system that has been encouraging the opposite of resilience in many ways. It has been encouraging us to be open, to be vulnerable even, which I also think is a generational global trend that we see not only in technology. I think we see it across the culture, that we are being encouraged to be more vulnerable, to open up about our problems, about our mental state, about our fears. And by doing so, obviously, by being open, we are, which is also has its benefits and disadvantages as everything else. But it can be hard to counter that, especially with conventional methods.
I also just want to add another comment, which Kristi discussed actually a little bit, which is a little bit what we are really defending. What is at stake here? Because the subject of this particular conference is hybrid threats. We're talking and we define the whole issue as like from the standpoint of a threat. But what is it actually that we are protecting? I think to encourage resilience in the long term, especially for future generations, we should maybe not focus too much on the threats. We should focus on the values that we are actually protecting. We do that by probably very conventional methods that we've seen in education for a long time, and we have mentioned today critical thinking, etc. But I've seen still, this is just one observation of today's discussion, is that we deal a lot with information. And I've heard the term disinformation a few times today. And it's a real word, it's in the dictionary, disinformation. You can look it up. And the definition of disinformation is information that strategically is implying something false information. But disinformation, if we really apply critical thinking, is not a word, it's not a real concept. Because information, or like if we think that information or like a disinformation gives out something false, we are assuming that the information has value. And information does not have value. Information is neither good or bad. And we know this from, like in basic information theory, from the original quote which is attributed to T.S. Eliot originally, where he said, "Where is the wisdom we have lost in knowledge? Where is the knowledge we have lost in information?" This kind of means that we are forgetting that information is not the things that have value. We take knowledge out of information, and then we need even a different whole set of criteria to create wisdom out of that knowledge. But by using terms like disinformation and assuming that we are threatened and that our core values can be threatened by the use of false information, we are actually just applying the same method ourselves, because there is no such thing as false information from this philosophical point of view, which I think we have to sometimes have the discipline to use. These are my main takeaways, but this is a very thoughtful and informative discussion. And on my last note is that I think it's just so interesting that the same things that teenagers are thinking about in the schoolyard, they're thinking about deepfake videos and things that can maybe embarrass them or change their the power dynamics in the schoolyard. We, on the highest possible level, like with NATO, and we have officials from, we have representatives from these big organizations that have to do with the security of nations. We are dealing with the same issues. So we are kind of all experiencing the same threats, and the scale is so large, and that's why what fascinates me about this.
Before going over to Hrefna, I would like to address you people in the audience. We would very much like to involve you as well. So please think about your comments, your questions, and raise your hand and notify me if you have a question. And then after going to Hákon, there will be time for your questions.
Since we at Home and School and Soft Safer Internet Center, we mainly operate in the field of education. So we usually think of resilience in relation to well-being on the individual level, mental and physical health, as well as succeeding in life, in work, education, etc. Resilience is usually broadly defined as the capacity to recover quickly from difficulties, or if we want to be even more literal, the ability to spring back into shape. So it's a certain amount of toughness, really. And of course, the individual resilience is a part of a greater resilience on a national level. So therefore, we think we have to start there, and it's very important. And in regards to values and principles, as Kirsti was talking about, good education is a cornerstone, and we need a strong base of knowledge to build upon, but we also need to foster initiative and critical thinking. And digital citizenship and media literacy are probably some of the more important issues we need to address in modern education. And both for children but also in adult learning, as we've been talking about today. And therefore, it's good to know that in the new education policy that is being prepared, which is supposed to last until 2030, there is a chapter on digital citizenship and media literacy. And we have it in the national curriculum, but it's only mentioned briefly. So we maybe need to be more focused in that area. So these values and interests, they should constantly be implemented and thought of, especially in education. And we cannot take them for granted. And we even have to evolve them further in accordance with the times. And international collaboration on better internet is crucial, and we've been doing that since 2004 through the Soft Safer Internet project on a European level with many stakeholders, for example, Kavi in Finland and the Mannerheim Institute. So we've been watching a lot what they've been doing, and it's very interesting and perhaps not so complicated, as was mentioned, and not a specific subject in itself, but running through all the subjects in the schools. And the Soft Safer Internet Center is part of the INSAFE network, which is part of the European Schoolnet. And that collaboration has been very beneficial for everybody involved. We learn from each other, and we're able to show our projects, get them further out, and receive projects and methods from other people as well. So we have to prepare our citizens and educate them, as we have said. But trust is, of course, very important if we want to make these counter-narratives, and trust is very fragile. And propaganda is nothing new, but the ways now to spread it are completely different. So we need to take this into account when we are making plans for the education system. And it is of utmost importance for governmental bodies to regain trust and show the public that they can be trusted. And if we want to make citizens and not just consumers, we really need to look into digital citizenship and media literacy, and the government has to be trustworthy. Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, so democratic values is something that we need to foster. And it's very hard when it comes to cybersecurity, especially in Iceland. The law in Iceland is far from being sufficient to handle the incidents that we see in the financial world today. So what we have done together with the banks in the Nordics is a cross-border collaboration where we will be able to handle cyber incidents in a better manner, to share information and act much faster on threats that are coming, because they are already here if nobody is aware of it. And we are coping with it every day. I've been doing that for the last 10 years. So, yeah, we need to start working on it. I think Iceland has a far way to go to be able to be in the same place we have the rest of the Nordic countries. And I share the invitation you had to Iceland to participate in the Hybrid Threat Organization. So I hope that we will see more from the legislation in Iceland to be able to work with us as private organizations and the community itself.
We already have a question from the audience. Hörður, you want to introduce yourself?
Thank you. So my name is Hörður Helgi Helgason. I wanted to join Mrs. Narinen in thanking the organizers of this, because I think this is somewhat unique for those of us that have been following this as a topic. It's been alarming that there really hasn't been a concerted effort to bring together people across disciplines to discuss this in a constructive manner. So thank you very much to all the organizers. Through the day, I've been somewhat alarmed that two things are slipping through our fingers in being addressed. It's one, the categorizations of hybrid threats and positioning those as concepts that we can deal with. But thanks to, in particular, both Mr. Hansen and Mrs. Naarinen, I think we can rest a little bit more assured now after these presentations that we have something that we can put forth as a target for us. But the second issue is, what are we then going to do about this? And it's very helpful to discuss this from a philosophical point and discuss this from a more abstract side. But at some point we will need to move into the more practical. And Mrs. Sigurðardóttir very elegantly put forth the efforts that are being already undertaken in the field of education and awareness raising. But and again, Mr. Åkerlund also, discussed the technical aspects of this and the way information security plays a role in this. But I'd like to maybe pose to you a suggestion for how we could broaden this discussion into other means of or actual practical efforts to be undertaken. 2 years ago, Iceland enacted a ban on the particular aspects of the operations of political parties and those that are standing for political office. They were, after the enactment of this act, they are not allowed to partake in nameless propaganda. So they need to stand under name when they partake in political discussions or propaganda. So I would like to pose to you, just as an exercise in this maybe experiment of us to try to find more practical means, if I were to suggest that we would enlarge on this ban so that before the very sensitive issues which have come often up here today of elections, when we have actual political elections, so in the period before that, for a few weeks or a few months, if we were to broaden this to the whole discussion in the media and perhaps even on social media, that this could not be undertaken unless it's in name.
Thank you.
What would be your suggestion of how, whether this is gone too far, or is this a measure that would be an acceptable weapon in our
So you are asking for suggestions, that's your question. You want to respond to that?
Thank you. Yes, thank you for the question. First of all, the Center of Excellence name is European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, which means that our main task is to find exactly what you are talking about: tools, methods, discussions, fora, and concrete projects where this can be done. If you go to the hybridcoe.fi homepage, you find actually quite a number of things and papers, recommended readings, project papers, event reports, also the ones that are open. And then, of course, there's a whole large list of documents and reports that are not open for others than our members. I think this is exactly the thing that we need to do, I think we all know what we are talking about, basically. And I think that this public awareness raising is up to everybody to talk. It's about the school system, it's about the media, it's about political parties, it's about political organizations, institutions, it's everybody. And it's a whole of society approach means this, that we have some kind of a conceptual framework, but also the language to talk about this. For instance, in Finland, now I put on the Finnish hat for a second. Helsingin Sanomat, which is the main newspaper, recently has done a really good job in describing the phenomenon. Not alarmistic at all, but just describing that this is what is happening. And then you, with your intelligent mind, think what it means for you. And for elections, Finland had its elections, but the same took place also in Estonia and in Latvia. So there are national resilience programs existing, which I'm sure that we would all be very, very happy to share with your elections committees. And it actually contains one of those elements that were discussed earlier, that how do you make young people vote? How do you make people vote based on ideologies, principles, facts, figures, and not emotions and quick responses or superficial responses? And this is what democracy is all about. Sometimes even populist movements are part of democracy. They are in the sense, but the difference there is that sometimes the decision to vote for a populist party is not based on facts, or correct facts, or checked facts, or facts from various sources. That is more emotion-based. And that's where politicians also have a challenge.
Thank you for that. Thank you for an excellent question and also comment. I usually say when I speak at home and, well, abroad as well, we should never panic. This is a difficult task that we are faced with. It's something that requires like a 360-degree approach, holistic approach, as we've heard also, and it will take time. One thing that I think we need to remind ourselves and each other is that this will not go away. Now, I spoke about 3 domains, and if we open each of these domains just very briefly, if, for instance, we look at the physical domain, international terrorism will never go away. No one in this room will ever experience a world where there is no international terrorism. And we accept it, we handle it, and we know how to deal with it. The same will be true for cyber attacks in our financial systems. They will probably just increase and we'll become still more dependent on these payment systems. And the same with information operations within the cognitive domain. But we need to understand and remind ourselves that this is a learning race, and within each domain we will be one step behind, maybe half a step behind, but we'll never be able to catch up. So we'll never be able to catch up with international terrorism. International terrorists will always be half a step ahead of us, but we still don't panic. We learn how to deal with it, and I'm sure that we can do the same within the 3 domains. So it's complicated, and we will never arrive at a point where we can relax and say, that's it, job done. We'll always need to update and to think creatively. But having said that, don't panic.
When I think about fostering resilience, I think about also the challenge of embracing foreign, different culture. Some cultures are very different from ours, and the world is always getting smaller. And we need to, of course, honor our culture and still understand others. And we need to know our values while we still respect others. How do we do this simultaneously and keep or stay resilient, or even strengthen our resilience? I'm sure you've thought about it. We've talked about many aspects of this, but these are different forces in a way. I mean, we see it in Germany, the AfD, and we see it all over the world, where things are being polarized in the discussion. And being resilient is something we like in Iceland to see as a national characteristic of our nation. We almost have it in our genes. Our ancestors, they survived volcano eruptions and earthquakes. So, well, when it comes to being resilient, in terms of what we are speaking here about, it's a different matter. But any thoughts?
I would say we don't trust anyone. I had that message from people abroad that in Iceland we trust everyone. Stop doing that. We are not an island anymore. You know, start thinking. I think discussions we had today about it is question things, understand what's happening, what you're being asked for. I think we need to start to understand the word is not just in Iceland.
Just one comment, even though it's a little bit on the abstract note, it's not very practical maybe, but resilience can mean 2 things. It can mean both toughness and also adaptability. And I think in the future, because I think we should focus more on that part, because the toughness is more maybe old warfare. I don't know, but let's not forget that resilience means more than just being tough. It also means being adaptable, and I think future generations should be fostered with that characteristic.
Yeah, I don't think we should weaponize education. But I definitely think that adaptability and just getting the message through with education, and not just core education through subjects, but also with all the extracurricular activities. So that's just something we have to do, and not in this, because you were talking about the Icelanders and their genes, not this typical, we'll manage somehow mentality. We have to organize. We have to organize and think forward. For example, when I was talking about media literacy and all that, not just like, this is talk of the day, we have to react now. We have to do this in an organized manner, because we are way too often reacting way too late.
We have one last question here from the audience, because we are running out of time. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Hi, my name is Ante Malo. I'm the ambassador of Canada to Iceland. I would like to pick on the point made by the first speaker about the resilience to revive. And I don't know if the idea was, I think one of the vulnerabilities of free democracies is that there's a breach of trust in our own system. I think that we see that in the low level of votes for the traditional parties, the splitting of the vote. So in our efforts to actually be able to make it clear that it's not just false and true, but there's a variety of perspective. How do we actually regain those young voters? How do we actually show that those values that we try to defend, they actually serve our population well? I think that, except here in Iceland, where the president has over 80% of the votes, probably because he's married to a Canadian, in most of the society it's not the case. But the security sector, I see the police, the Icelandic Coast Guard, the firemen, they do have that credibility. So my question is, here in Iceland, since you've created the National Security Council, and through your own security forces, which are maybe one of the most credible speakers on those issues, do you feel that when you speak up, when you reveal that those submarines or those, Russian flyover, or when you reveal, the disappeared computers, when you reveal that information to the public and you try to break it down, do you see that there's a higher level of alertness? And should we reveal more information that that's classified to the public to help in that understanding? Thank you.
I can compare what we do at the bank. So when we started presentations in Iceland in 2010, we used use cases from abroad, US, Europe. Nobody understand what we were talking about. But then you start using Icelandic use cases. Data had leaked from organizations or private persons. That made a much better understanding from both organizations and people what's happening. So I think we need to share more information, because people do understand. They can take in information, they can adapt to it. But we need to explain for people the user education is really important. We can have all these different security systems in place, but if it doesn't explain for the user what's happening, they are always the weakest link. We need to share more information.
Yes, something that we're also doing is doing open source intelligence training, because actually a lot of things are in the open source available, easily available. Bellingcat was actually the one that solved the told the story of MH17 airplane. They were the ones who solved this murder case in Berlin recently. but it's difficult sometimes for politicians or political regimes to tell the truth, but it's easy for this kind of, civil society to speak out. So they need to be branded and they need to know. And open source intelligence also gathered by authorities, used by authorities, is easier to share, just like you say. Just one sentence, by the way, on the culture dialogue. I just wanted to tell a story. My daughter was then maybe 6 years, 7, and she had a Kurd kindergarten friend, 2 girls. One was maybe 8, the other one was 6. And they were in the sandbox playing. And the Kurds were Muslims. And then she was asking, what's the difference? And she said, I don't eat pork and I don't believe in Jesus. And it was like, okay, that's it. So basically, fact-based, simple explanations sometimes do the trick a lot better than overcomplicated intellectual approach.
Thank you, Kirsti, for sharing this story with us. We've come to the end of the conference. We'll stay sitting here, and you, Gunnar. Okay, you want to? Okay, thank you all for participating in this panel. It has been a wonderful day, and it's always a challenge to be the last one. But thank you all for your participation.
Yeah, so we have one final thing, so please remain seated. I just wanted to say, first of all, that this has been a great conference. That's fact, not fake news. And why has this been a great conference? Well, first of all, I'd have to say that we have had amazing speakers here today, so I think we should give them all a nice round of applause. Second of all, we've had great panelists, so let's give them a nice round of applause. We've had amazing moderators. Let's give them a nice round of applause. And I would like to say we've had an excellent audience, so let's give yourselves a round of applause. So, and as I said at the start, this has been an amazing collaborative effort amongst all these people, so let's give them all a nice round of applause. And following the closing remarks, which are not by me, I'll explain in a minute, we will have a drinks reception, so let's give a nice round of applause to that. And so finally, we've come to the closing remarks, and I'm delighted to say that we have Silja Dögg Gunnarsdóttir, who is taking over as the president of the Nordic Council. And much of what Iceland is focusing on there is very related to what we've been talking about here today. So, Silja Dögg, the floor is yours. Thank you. And after Silja is done, we'll go straight to the drinks. I promise I won't come up here again. So thank you.
Dear guests, it's always nice to be the last. I hope I'm not disappointing you by having to wait a little bit longer for the cakes that are waiting outside. So I was the wild card today. What I wanted to say is I want to start by thanking all of those who have collaborated with the National Security Council for organizing and contributing to today's conference and for making such an interesting and timely conference. There have been many noteworthy contributions here today that are not easy to summarize. A few that struck me in no particular order is the use of personal data, data privacy, and data flow, and how easy it is to gather personal data legally. And the importance of awareness and critical thought to protect the Nordic gold. That is trust, which we base our democratic societies on. And like Erna Gylfadóttir said earlier today, is that we cannot afford to lose it. So we have to stand tall and protect it. So it seems very clear that we need creativity and initiative while safeguarding our democratic values in addressing the hybrid challenges that we face. Accordingly, it is wonderfully refreshing to see a conference such as this one, exploring new ideas and providing progressive thinking in support of engaging all sectors of society in our efforts. To give some context of why this is not just relevant but important for the work I do, I need to briefly explain what the Nordic Council is and how it works, for those of you who don't know. I guess many of you already know, but some might not. The Nordic Council is a platform or a forum for parliamentarian cooperation in the Nordic countries. The Council consists of 87 parliamentarians from the Nordic countries, thus also including Greenland, the Faroe Islands, and Åland Islands, and reflects the national parliaments in the sense that the proportion of party votes in each country dictates how many representatives they have in the Nordic Council. I think it's important to explain shortly how this works, because it's different from the national parliaments, just in short. So just like the national parliaments, our role is to make resolutions to changes and to point out areas in need of change. These resolutions or suggestions get forwarded to the Nordic Council of Ministers, to the Cooperation Forum for the Nordic Governments. It consists of 11 councils led by all the national ministers of the relevant policy area. Just like on a national level, it is their responsibility to execute the resolutions and proposals we hand them, if they want to. Because unlike on a national level, the Nordic Council of Ministers are not obliged to do as we tell them to do. The presidency of the Nordic Council rotates between the 5 member states, and this year Iceland holds it. In brief, that means that the chair of the Icelandic delegation, in this case me, am also the president of the Nordic Council. Furthermore, it means that this year's annual session will take place in Iceland later this year, that is in Harpa in October. I think it's the 23rd and 24th, if I remember right. And last but not least, it means that we are in charge of the agenda, mostly at least. Thus, we have chosen 3 priorities that we want to work with this year. These are promotion of the Nordic language skills, standing up for biodiversity, and most importantly, in the context of today's conference, combating information chaos and fake news. These priorities shape our work this year, as well as the work and focus of many other institutions around the Nordic countries. We will work with these priorities by promoting awareness with conferences, debates, seminars, articles, and more. At the end of March, for example, at the Nordic Council's next meeting in Helsinki, I hope it will be white, Kirsty, when I arrive. The theme will be disinformation as the threat to the Nordic model. We will discuss how to protect democracy and how to stand up against fake news which undermines it. In May, the Nordic Council, Baltic Assembly, and Benelux Parliament, and we all work closely together, are arranging a trilateral conference titled Comprehensive Security and Defense Cooperation, Shifting Landscape and Joining Forces, where we will talk about hybrid threats and warfare, defense, cooperation, and cybersecurity, amongst other things. I will participate along with my colleagues and Vice President of the Nordic Council, Oddný Harðardóttir, for whom this conference is not just relevant to us as representatives of the Nordic Council, but also on a more direct level relating to our Icelandic work, since we happen, that is me and Oddný, to be the only two parliamentarians represented in the National Security Council of Iceland. In addition to these events, we want to strengthen and support professional and reliable media outlets and journalists by providing relevant courses and promoting their work, while helping people disengage from media that is created to disinform and undermine democracy, for example, by provoking hate speech. All of this is the reason why we, or I at least, really appreciate everything that has been said here today and all the lessons learned. We choose fake news as a threat to democracy as a focus area for a reason. And this conference today is also held for that very same reason. We are facing a threat, a real one, and we all need to work together to deal with it. Not just discuss things, we need to do more than we have been doing. But discussion is, of course, an important part of the work we do. So I want to end this by thanking everyone again for the inspiration and knowledge you have given, hopefully each other, but at least me. And I have written many things down today, which I will definitely work further with, and that I will be sure to make use of in the fight against hybrid and democratic threats. So thank you today, and I hope to see most of you later in some area.